Egunon. Jaun Andreok, egunon. Joango gara esertzen, hasi egingo gara, zei apurua berandu goaz. Muy buenos días, señores y señores. Arrancamos en...
Good morning. In a very short time, we'll be starting because we're a little bit behind schedule. We really do need to begin.
Bueno, llamamiento de efecto inmediato, ¿eh?
Crikey, that had an immediate effect, so let's start. We're moving on with the second day of this international conference. So greetings, everybody. Greetings to those of you that are here today in San Sebastian, and also to those of you that are following this online. Welcome to the second and the final day of this international conference on VET, where we are thinking about the role of vocational education and training in the era of humanity, technology, and intelligence. And we're starting with a talk which is really very much up to date, because we're going to be talking about digitization of work in times of COVID.
Macías, he's currently coordinating the Employment and Skills team of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission in Sevilla, developing a research program on the socio-economic implications of automation, digitalization, and platformization of works. So we give you the floor, Enrique. Por cierto, que además ha dicho que hoy es la primera vez que trabajas, ¿no?, ante tanto público o en forma presencial después de tantos años, ¿no?, de trabajo.
It's the first time that he's here live. It's kind of nice. So welcome, Enrique. Thank you so much for your invitation. It's really after such a long time of pandemic where we've attended many conferences, but most of them have been online. The fact that we now have this first face-to-face conference in such a big room with so many people out there is very impressive. I've spent many years researching into how the digital revolution and digital technologies affect the world of employment. In recent years, with the arrival of the COVID crisis, just like many other people, I had this feeling in the department where I work that it was really important to adapt and try to understand, via, of course, our analysis, how the pandemic, which had such a major impact, especially initially, to see how it was affecting the things that we normally study in our department, which is the world of labor. And now I'm going to try to reflect together with you and see how this affects the skills needs and the type of issues that are more interesting in this kind of a conference on vocational education training. So how has COVID or the COVID crisis affect skills needs? Well, here we should make a clear differentiation between the short, the medium, and the long term, in the sense that, as I said earlier, the COVID crisis came from outside. It was totally unexpected. And what it did have was this incredible impact, especially initially on our social lives. We all know that, but it also had a major impact on our work. And the impact that it had on work was very different depending upon the level or the skills level of the workforce. The first differentiation was the ability which different kinds of jobs have, and the type of tasks, the type of skills that are required for that job, the ability for those kinds of jobs to be able to be carried out remotely. This was the first thing that really had a differential impact on jobs in the crisis. All those jobs that could be carried out remotely, and here we're talking about all those jobs that don't require a direct physical interaction with people or with things, and that includes all kinds of jobs such as office work, especially modern office work, and even education, because although it does require interaction with people, it's not a physical direct interaction. So that meant that with video conferencing, etc., this kind of work could be carried on online. So all of those jobs. And by the way, the first time that we were talking about the crisis, we tried to quantify how many people were being affected. And we realized that around a third of jobs could be carried out online without any major problems, technically speaking. Initially, during the first lockdowns, everybody that could work from home started working from home. So a time came in which around a quarter and a third of workers were actually working from home. What does that mean? It means that those workers that carried out these kind of jobs online saw that there wasn't so much of an interruption in their job. They could keep their jobs and keep their income, but not only that, they could do that more safely. And then we've got the other 2/3 of workers that dedicate themselves to some kind of physical work, either with the jobs or need to physically have in contact with people. And their impact was far stronger. And there we differentiate between 3 categories. We've got the famous essential workers, all those jobs that are necessary to keep society up and running and alive, and of course that includes basic social services, health services, everything related to the sale of food, supermarkets, etc. But they were in a risky situation, and those were the people that had to really face up to sanitary or health risks. So those jobs that couldn't be done remotely and that weren't essential can be divided into 2 groups, which are those non-essential works that don't incur some kind of a specific risk to health because they're not interacting with people, but with things such as jobs in industrial areas. But they did have an economic impact because in many of these jobs, the fact that activity closed down, that actually affected many people's economic situation with furloughs, etc. And then you've got other kinds of works, manual kinds of jobs that can't be carried out online and that do require a great deal of social interaction. We're talking here about hotel and catering work, and that's where there was a greatest impact because they saw that they were affected economically because activity in these sectors came to a standstill, and of course everything related to workplace safety, especially initially, and what those that actually managed to carry on working had a health risk in addition. So that just gives you a sort of a initial picture of the situation depending on job type. Initially, it would seem that people thought it was the end of the world, even in employment terms. But actually what's been seen is that as the pandemic has progressed and was solved, in inverted commas, a lot more quickly than people would have expected, in the sense that we could return to a certain amount of normality more quickly than was expected. That wasn't the same for the case of the employment. In fact, we now have got similar activity levels than as before, with, of course, some small changes. For example, people still have to wear masks when they go to work. There has to be ventilation in the rooms, but these aren't key changes that affect skills levels. What we have seen in the long term is the effect of teleworking. As I said earlier, remote working became far more common than it had been previously. Before the pandemic, only 3 to 4% of workers in Spain worked remotely, but with the arrival of the pandemic, especially the critical initial times, that amount increased to 25 to 30%. It was initially thought that this was a change in which we wouldn't return to the previous situation, that remote working was here to stay. A part of that is true, but actually the data that we're seeing for remote working post-pandemic, and by the way, we need to remember that the pandemic hasn't disappeared yet. There's still a bit of time to go before we reach complete normality, but remote working in Spain and many other European countries has remained at 10, 11%. It's not such a low level as it was pre-pandemic, but it's never reached the potential that we had imagined that it would do. So quite probably remote working will become something more common, but you haven't seen the key changes. Once again, if we think about skills, remote working actually doesn't actually change the kind of skills needs that existed previously. Perhaps the longest impact of the pandemic on the labor market and on our lives in general is simply that there's been a sort of a stepping up and deepening of a process that wasn't by no means new, which is rather the digitalization of increasing areas of life and especially economic life. So it's become quicker and deeper. And when I say deeper, what I mean is that what the pandemic does, it sort of breaks through some cultural or perception barriers or obstacles. People were concerned about privacy issues with the in relation to remote working. But once the pandemic arrived, using these digital tools, many of these barriers, many of the breaks that existed on the use of digital tools were broken through. So what the pandemic does is it steps up and deepens a process that already existed. So if we think of the long-term implications, not so much as the short-term ones of the COVID crisis, probably that's what we really need to talk about, a deepening of the digitization of work. And this deepening, and this is something fairly new, is that in COVID times, especially in those job types and those economic sectors when people started remote working, all sorts of platforms suddenly popped out to coordinate and manage these remote work process in a far more efficient way. What these platforms tried to do was to repeat or reproduce those coordination mechanisms that you get naturally in any kind of office, because we interact normally in an office with other people. So what these platforms do, and so many of you use Slack, Teams, and other kinds of platforms of this kind that companies have started using in their work process. These platforms were used to coordinate those people that are working from home to create interaction spaces, control the input of labor of different workers inside a complex process. So when that happens, then when people go back to the office, these tools are kept on. Many of these management tools, these labor management tools that were used during the pandemic for remote working are actually now being kept on after the return to a certain amount of normality. And this is a change. We've studied that for a time now, and it's what is sometimes known as the platformization of working processes. And that means that increasingly coordination mechanisms for complex labor processes, rather than being managed by a boss who coordinates his or her team, what is done through a digital tool so that automatically or semi-automatically or algorithmically manages all of these processes. This is a major change. But I'd say it's rather a change to the nature and content of work than skills needs, because we're not talking about unknown tools. These aren't tools that require per se any kind of specific skills or qualifications, but it turns out that a generalized use of these tools change the interrelations that we have at work and the nature of our work. And in fact, what they change more is the type of skills or tape needed, those that actually use these platforms, that manage. It's the bosses that have their work change, because normally they are the people that set down the rules and regulations. And these kind of tools actually change or replace these management roles that many bosses had. So one of the most important impacts, people talk a lot, and I'll just mention this quite briefly. People talk about the impact of the pandemic on automation or robotization of labor. It would seem that the ideal solution to many pandemic problems would be to robot or automate many of the jobs that humans do, because robots don't fall ill and don't contaminate each other. So I remember reading about that during the pandemic, and this is something that I have to say that we haven't found any significant evidence that that has actually happened on a relevant scale. But looking into these things, you always get the feeling that the idea of large-scale automation or robotization of labor over recent years is pretty much exaggerated. If you look down at the details and the data that exist about robot use in production and economic processes, they do exist, but they exist, these robots, in certain specific industrial sectors that have always been heavily automated for decades and centuries now, even since the Industrial Revolution. And that's where certain robotic technologies are introduced which can replace jobs, but on a very, very small scale, and their impact on a large scale isn't actually what you see reflected in the media. So in this sense, I'd say the pandemic actually hasn't changed very much at all. The situation is very similar to what it was today. So what is the impact of the pandemic on skills demands? What sort of changes are there? Well, I'd say there's not been a great deal except for deepening of digitization. Maybe we could therefore think about this, and I'm sure you've probably debated this, which is to what extent digitization affects skills needs. It does affect them, but in general, what I tend to think and what I tend to say, and this isn't my specific area, the feeling that I have is that if you look at those technologies that are being used in companies, even the most advanced one, machine learning, artificial intelligence, the most advanced and most modern technology would seem to have greater disruptive potential. You actually realize that all of these technologies are very good at doing very specific tasks, but something that is still a tremendous barrier for all these kinds of technology, especially for the most advanced in artificial intelligence, are for those more general tasks, which are mainly the human task. What I'm talking about are the basic cognitive skills: communication, flexibility, the ability to solve problems that you come up against for the first time in your lives, the ability to change plans. If the problem parameters changes, how do you reignore things? All of these basic cognitive skills. And I'm not talking here about qualifications. I'm talking about skills that can be trained and that can be improved upon. All of these skills are skills which even today, the most advanced digital skills are not able, even remotely, to carry out effectively and economically feasibly. So this is still the true value of human labor. And that's why I think that always, especially in a context of increasing digitization of employment in which these kinds of tools are being used, the importance isn't so much, and here I think there's a sort of a mistake with the debate. We seem to be obsessed with trying to pinpoint what are these specific tasks that are going to be necessary in the future and prepare people for that. I think that's a mistake, because it's not so much these specific tasks that humans do better, and it's better to plan for the future, but actually completely the opposite. It's the more general task. It's these general skills that are far more important and are going to carry on being more important in the future, especially in a future where there are more digital tools. And to emphasize these basic cognitive skills is this idea of uncertainty. However much we try to predict the future is uncertain. That's why it's in the future. So the greater the period of uncertainty you're in is, then it's very, very difficult to find out what it is that the labor market is and the economy is going to need in the future for the world of worlds. If you don't know what's going to happen in the future, then the best strategy is to try to emphasize once again what you do know and that can be used in any kind of situation. And here I'm referring to basic cognitive skills, where we know that whatever the future may hold for us, these skills will probably still be useful. In fact, despite the fact that there's a certain obsession regarding the replacement of labor, actually what new tools don't do is replace labor. They increase human labor. So in this context of technical change, these basic general skills will actually be increased by new technologies, and they'll be far more valuable even. So I just wanted to close with that comment because it's more related to digitization. May well be that the impact of the COVID, it'll deepen and emphasize digitization more than anything else. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Pues muchas gracias a ti también, Enrique, por tu ponencia.
Thank you for your talk, Enrique, and for coming and giving us more food for thought in this time of major change. Let's hear the next presentation about how we can apply digital transformation to manufacturing and Sue Griffith-Smith is going to talk to us today. She's Deputy Chair of the Ivy Tech Community College.
To ensure that the programs in your school align with the industry needs. So we welcome you to the stage. And I give you the floor, please.
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to see you all, and it is so awesome to be in this beautiful country. I appreciate so much being here and being able to share with you all and the collaboration that we've created through an organization that we called TA3. And so I'd like to thank Technica, particularly Inigo and Susanna, for all the work they've done. It's been amazing getting this Congress together, and the work has been just awesome, and the experience has been great. So yes, absolutely. Yeah. So again, I really want to thank you in the collaboration opportunities that we have. I'd just like to start talking about the digital transformation of manufacturing education that we've undergone at Ivy Tech Community College in Indiana. I'll talk a little bit about the college and then the state, and then get into the transformation itself. But I wanted to quote one of our ancient writers, Mark Twain. It's over 100 years ago, and Mark Twain wrote that no one likes change but wet babies. And that is so true. Anybody work with faculty? And nobody likes change, right? Faculty don't like to change their classes. And so I think that that we have to get to the point, at least in my school, where we embrace change just like wet babies embrace change. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and get started. Let me see if I can advance this slide. So that's not working. No?
Now it's working.
Oh, now it's working? Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so Ivy Tech Community College is Indiana's community college system. It blankets the state of Indiana. It is the largest community college singly accredited in the United States. We are the largest college or university system in Indiana. We have 19 campuses and 40 sites across the state. We deliver education to over 75 communities, and we also work with about 6,000 employer partners. And our student population is around 160,000 annually. We do a lot of different content delivery now that we're post-COVID, and we do in-person, virtual, and online. So of all of these campuses and sites, there are 22 advanced manufacturing labs on those sites. Whoops, wrong way. Okay. So Indiana is in the middle of the United States. It is the crossroads of America, and that's what we've been known for. And a lot of the major interstates cross there, and that is the reason, really, that we have such a concentration of manufacturing in the state, is because it is about a day's drive from most of the population. And so you can get to Colorado in about 24 hours, and then you can get to most of the East Coast. And so so it is the crossroads of America, and we have a very, very high concentration of manufacturing as a result. And so that is why we have a huge school of advanced manufacturing, engineering, and applied science, and that's the school that I head up. And we have about 10,000 students annually in our labs, in our 22 labs. And we have a real focus now on digital technology. And these are very high wage, high demand careers. And my programs include things like aviation manufacturing and aviation flight, and also agriculture and biotech. Automotive. And so our real mission at Ivy Tech is to develop students and potential employees and current employees for the workforce, and then to also develop for university preparation. So we are very focused on credentials, and our theory is no credential gets left behind, so I can show you how we've been doing that. But just to give you some idea, many of you may have heard of Purdue University, which is a big engineering school, a technical school. Purdue University provides the state with the potential for 572 graduates annually, and our college provides 1,168 on average. So we provide most of the manufacturing workforce for the state, and so they're very dependent on Ivy Tech across the state. Now we do provide other certifications, things like Siemens and others that we provide credentials for, but those are basically degree credit options. So our high wage, high demand careers, 8 out of the top 11, we use apprenticeship strategies to train, and the median salary for our 3-year apprentices is very high, considering that the average in the state is about $39,000, which for all the sectors. So manufacturing in Indiana. Indiana is the top manufacturing state in the United States, and a lot of states like Wisconsin would like to argue that statistic, but we really think we are top statistically in the country. 30%, sort of like the Basque Country. I heard someone say in Basque Country that the higher 20% range was their gross domestic product for manufacturing. Ours is about 30%. And so manufacturing employs more people at a higher wage in Indiana than any other sector. We have a concentration of vehicle manufacturing in Indiana, Toyota, Honda, are some of the big names. Cummins engine, so we have a lot of component part manufacturers as well. And you can see at the top slide, that's where manufacturing was when Mark Twain had his quote, and now this is where we are today in Indiana. And I can show you some of the lighthouse companies across the country that we aspire to train for. And so we have some medical device and research and development and production companies in our state. Our northern part of our state, there is a city called Warsaw. It is the orthopedic capital of the world. And they have more orthopedic manufacturing companies there than anywhere else. You can actually get your hip or knee customized to be replaced. We also have a lot of drug research with Eli Lilly, and Dow Agro, we have some food research and production. And that really gets us into a lot of challenges and opportunities for the state. And being the manufacturing state, we have about 15,000 manufacturing jobs that are open currently in Indiana. And we have 850,000 that go unfilled in the US. And the real challenge for us is recruiting students. So the reputation of manufacturing as a career is really kind of negative. It's back to that first picture in the previous slide when everyone thinks that that's the Henry Ford manufacturing. And it really is more the sort of Star Wars manufacturing. But in an empowered workforce, one where we have very, very little unemployment, we have basically no unemployment in the state, it is very difficult to get folks recruited into this field. To go into medicine all day, into health sciences all day, but not into manufacturing. So we've got some real challenges there. We've also got some challenges in needing to support the digital changes that are in manufacturing and across the globe. And so I think it's really interesting at some of these statistics, as I was looking through, trying to give some perspective on where we are. But as my students, most of my students work full-time, and so they go to school part-time. But for those who work or who don't work full-time and they do go to school full-time, think about 90% of the world's big data was produced in the last 2 years. So my students who started 2 years ago will now graduate with 90% of the world's big data that didn't exist prior to that. And so another interesting thing is the capacity of their computers. I just bought a car in the spring. My car is now outdated because the technology in the computer is so much higher than my car. So it's a really interesting time for us in education as we really have to ramp up and stay on the cutting edge. So Education 4.0 really must now support Infinity
technology is really
Here's some
changing
lighthouse
the game.
companies
There will be a
that
fundamental
demonstrate
shift
that.
in what consumers want and need.
They want it faster, they want it customized, they want it personalized.
So all of your value chain has to be designed accordingly.
Almost all companies are doing something around digital and analytics, but many of them have not really found a way to scale.
Companies are stuck in what we defined as the pilot purgatory.
They are trying thousand flower blooms approaches and are not very focused on how they are really creating early business impact.
For the very first time, advanced manufacturing technologies are helping companies transform the value chains end to end and develop new business models. Lighthouses are the most advanced factories in the world, so are points of lights for the broader community of manufacturers.
We defined by 3W. One is a work reduction, how to be leaner, and one is a waste reduction, how to be greener, and worry reduction, how to become worry-free.
We are changing almost all of our product definition, configuration management, ERP system to be faster. That's the thing.
They are hyper-connected, which allows them to have all the devices synchronized and be able to make the most out of the data.
We decided early stage to focus on robotics, on sensorics, on analytics, and on visualization, all that embedded in an end-to-end connectivity environment.
We are more efficient in terms of maintenance, in terms of deliverable, in terms of reliability.
We have seen benefits in terms of cost savings. We have seen opportunities to accelerate product introductions. We have seen the capability to actually upskill our people.
Every year, we train our workers on data sharing, information, performance improvement in production. And then we train them on the usage of the technical tools, the digital tools.
We want to leverage digital to augment their capabilities, eliminating the unsafe, the repetitive, and non-value-added tasks of the supply chain.
There's huge benefits on the sustainability standpoint for being a lighthouse. We're able to very accurately understand what our waste is. And that's not just material waste, but also energy waste.
There's a nimbleness and there's an efficiency that comes with applying these principles that today make business sense. They will soon be required in an economy, in an environment, in a world that is cycling much faster than it is today.
There is room for companies to be working together, learning from each other, and establishing new partnerships.
So no small task to get to that level. And what really it's going to require, and I'll talk about, is the technical skills, of course, but also there are soft skills, basic skills, and the basic skills have changed to reflect the need. So back to trying to get to Infinity.0, because of the rate of change of technology, it's not going to stop. And I think someone yesterday was talking about lifelong learning, which was a catch term that we always used to use, but it truly is going to be the future. So these are the actual components of Industry 4.0, of the fourth industrial revolution. And so as we looked at each one of these and how to incorporate them into a curriculum that was aligned with our employer needs, because one of our basic missions is workforce development. So what we did was we thought about what are the skills and then what are the delivery methodologies to prepare the workforce of the future. And so what we think, and working with our employer partners and in working with our students and some of our other colleges across the United States, is that students and employers will want to stack credentials. They will want to stack them up to pathways. So get small amounts of credentials, come in for a week and master one micro credential, and then stack that onto a career pathway. And so we have to have credentials that are compatible with our current programs. They have to be able to stand alone. They need to be add-ons, so that if someone is in a business degree, for example, and they want to add logistics or supply chain certification, they can do that. And then how do we embed those into our curriculum so that we can truly provide students some on and off ramps to getting their career pathway. So we needed to crosswalk those as well, and so we've done a lot of that work, and you can see that on our website. I'd be happy to share that with you if you're interested. But I think the most challenging thing for us has been this blended delivery, and how do we incorporate e-learning and simulations and virtual reality and everything into our curriculum. And yesterday we visited a site, one of your campuses, Miguel Altuna. And it was just amazing how they've done that as well. So I think that we're all kind of trying to look at what are those methodologies that will not only provide that delivery, that blended delivery, but also attract students. So that stackable progression for us looks like this. So we have these industry recognized certifications. They can be Siemens, they can be FANUC, they can be, the new ones we've just done are SACA, the Smart Automation Certification Alliance. And we take those industry recognized certifications, which are third-party certifications, and we stack those up into a certificate, which is an 18 credit hour credential, and we stack that up into a 30 credit hour credential and on into an associate degree. And those associate degrees transfer into universities in Indiana. But the real, I guess, thing to remember here is that we have to give credit for everything. We have to create those pathways that students can progress on and move up, gaining knowledge for their employer and also to move up in the organization. So again, this gives us multiple on and off ramps, and so this is some of our credentials, and I'll just mention a couple of them. So FedEx, for example, is very fond of the Certified Logistics Technician, and that's a short-term credential that's also crosswalked into our, crosswalked and embedded into our degree credit program in supply chain and logistics. Cummins Engine likes the Certified Production Technician, and that's crosswalked into our advanced manufacturing degrees. And then the Smart Automation Certification Alliance, a company in Indiana that's owned by France, Faurecia, has helped us validate those credentials and is very fond of those. So anyway, it gives us a lot of on and off ramp for students, and students can return with those credentials and walk them to degree credit. It also gives us an interdisciplinary option, and so we have a way for employers to actually customize degrees. So they come to us and they say, well, you know, at Faurecia, the industrial maintenance person needs 3 mechanical classes and 2 electrical classes and 1 cybersecurity class, and so they can actually customize those and we can transfer them on into higher level degrees. So this is really the 4th Industrial Revolution. We saw this yesterday, and our employer partners are somewhere between the 3rd and 4th, some maybe even into the 2nd Industrial Revolution. I'm sure that you have some that are different, and I guess the point really is, how do we, how do we have curriculum and have those students who are trained for current jobs that are in the 3rd Industrial Revolution, and those who can then progress on into the 4th Industrial Revolution. So we work really closely with our employer partners. And this is another organization that we've worked very hard with. It's the Smart Automation Certification Alliance. It's in the United States, and it is also in a couple other countries. But what we did was we worked with employers from all over the country. We worked with Boeing, and I'll show you a list of those shortly, but we came up with a skills checklist. Very technical skills, not the basic skills or soft skills or any of those, but very technical skills. And we came up with classifying those into four levels, and it's basic ops, of course, all the way up to the industrial Internet of Things operations. And so once we had that list and we had it parted out into those levels, what we could do is, you know, after we partnered with the teams to work on it and then actually got that into credentials and into standards that could be held by SACA, much like an apprenticeship program. Then we started to educate our faculty on the need for those certifications. And I have faculty that haven't been in industry for 20 years. They've been in education. So how do we get them to understand that they need to embrace this change? And so faculty trained, and we needed to get them trained and certified. And we have my ratio of full-time faculty is 25% full-time, 75% part-time faculty or adjunct faculty. So we have lots of faculty that don't work full-time. That's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because they are in industry and working usually, and it's a bad thing because we don't have them full-time. But anyway, how to get all of those folks on the same page and get their skills up to where they need to be. So that's what we had been working on, and then getting those certifications embedded and getting the curriculum created for them to be delivered standalone. So I'll show you kind of how we did that. Whoops, these are some companies. You may be interested in seeing those. So again, there's some companies and there's other colleges. One of our big partner colleges is Gateway Technical College in Kenosha. They have a partner called Foxconn, and so we all worked very closely together to really ensure that those competencies were agreed upon and were aligned with the employer needs. So here's the checklist. Now that's really touchy. So here's the checklist. So what we did was we sat down with employers sort of in a DMAIC kind of educational academic format, and we said, okay, so really what is it for this 4.0 technologies that you all need? And so this is what everybody agreed upon eventually and what we came up with. And so then in digging down deeper, what are the objectives in each one of our courses that match or cover those competencies? And so we worked with SACA, and they came up with, okay, their associate level 1, which is the basic ops, as you remember from the other slide, covered what's in blue. So we looked at our curriculum. We currently have curriculum to cover what's in blue. So we felt good about that. So then we went to the associate level 2, and the skills that were grouped in there through the SACA certifications. We felt pretty good about those in green and thought we have some, we have most of the competencies there in our curriculum. However, we did need to upgrade it a little bit, so we worked on that. And then we went to the robotics and automation, and we have a lot of that already in our curriculum, but again, it needed to be upgraded, so we were able to look at upgrading that. Then we got to the Industrial Internet of Things. And that's where we struggled. So we have all of these competencies in red that we really had very little curriculum for at the Industry 4.0 level. Again, things like data analytics and AI and machine learning, all of those things that we just didn't have. I mean, we were still in the level 3, so we weren't in the 4th industrial revolution yet. So we went back and we looked at our curriculum. We said, okay, we don't have that. What are we going to do? And so we're developing a new degree, and we just got that new degree developed and implemented using these SACA credentials. Oh, that's not. There we go. So in working with SACA, we also have a company in Indiana called Amatrol. You may be familiar with Amatrol. Amatrol does a lot of our e-learning and does a lot of the simulations, and you can see those simulations that are on their e-learning modules are extremely realistic, and those standalone credentials have been very well received by employer partners, and then we stack those on into our degree programs. So then we had the labs to upgrade. So if you look at this picture, this is a typical mechatronics lab. Each one of those is its own individual component or standalone function. But putting those together in that systems integration capacity so that we could actually address all of those competencies in red. And so we had that sensor, or we had that level, so we added that sensor level, and we were able to do that in a lot of our labs across the state. Then we added that control automation level and on up to the enterprise level. So now most of our labs can be controlled with a cell phone, and they have all the data that comes in that can be analyzed. But some of our labs weren't to that level, and so we had to go to this advanced smart technology trainer. And so I'll show you one of our labs toward the end of the presentation. So this is where we are right now. We're getting all 22 labs up to that level. And so if you look at the process that we went through in implementing Industry 4.0 as a technology and as curriculum, industry kind of goes through the same thing. First, they have to understand it, then the companies are in various stages, and then they implement a process and measure it. So it's similar to lean manufacturing and Lean Six Sigma, but what that actually does for us as colleges is that creates an even greater skills or workforce deficit, because now they've implemented these processes, and the skills gap that was there before is now exacerbated. As education, we go through and educate faculty and staff, and it's staff too, because I have to go to my president and say, I need $2 million to upgrade these labs, or I need $1 million for one lab. So it really is an educational kind of process as well. And then we have to remember that we can't dump the other technologies just because we're getting these greater technologies, because we still have industry that are at various levels. So then upskilling faculty and getting these new degree pathways is also part of the process. So again, we're actually preparing students here for Infinity.0. We don't know in 2 years what the computers are going to look like. We don't know what big data is going to look like in 2 years. So if my student starts today, I don't know what they're going to need in 2 years, but I know that it's going to be a lot more than what they need now. So we actually have to deliver education in those short competencies. We have to stack that, and we have to provide for upskilling and certifications. And so we have this constant engagement with industry that really does makes us flexible and nimble. But right now I'd like to show you this video of not only our lab, but another lab with a partner school that's been upgraded. And this is what we're going to do for all our labs. So you can see this is the mechatronics trainer. This is the autonomous robot that comes around and brings parts. And this is Elkhart, Indiana. It's not far from Warsaw, that I was told you is orthopedic capital of the world. So what you don't see is people. This is Kenosha and Gateway in Kenosha, Wisconsin, not far from Chicago actually, but you don't see people, and the people are doing the programming. As one of the lighthouse companies said, it's waste reduction, it's work reduction, and it really is. I mean, we really are training for those positions with this equipment. So again, our partner is an Indiana company. Obviously, we use them when we can, but the conveyor system, there's a supply chain logistics conveyor system as well that we've been using in training. So it's almost hypnotic to watch when you're standing there and it's moving. And the students are preparing it, and you can see them sort of over in the control room area. So there's software that goes along with it. Students truly are able to control it from their cell phone, which is really kind of cool for them. So again, we're preparing the workforce of tomorrow. And we are one of the first, if not the first, college in the United States to develop this smart manufacturing and digital integration degree. I know here in some of you in Spain have developed that, and some folks in Europe have developed that as well. It is based on those 19 total certifications that we have with SACA. OSHA is a safety certification, and of course we have FANUC robots as well. So we are working very closely still with our SACA folks and our SACA partners to ensure that things stay aligned. But it really is, it does give us an ease of upgrading, having these certifications that we base curriculum on, because as a certifications upgrade, then you can upgrade your curriculum quite easily instead of having to go back through and redevelop curriculum. So the digital transformation of education for us has been this constant engagement with employer partners. It's developing these certifications and upskilling labs and faculty. And we develop and stack the short-term credentials. We give a lot of prior learning assessment because we have the e-learning option that we can help folks prepare a portfolio. We utilize various modalities. We saw some virtual reality yesterday at one of our visits. We saw some simulations. We have online learning. We have blended. But the focus is really on skills. And so we talked about basic skills earlier, and the new basic skill set has to include cybersecurity and data analytics and social responsibility, but it also has to include ethics. And a couple weeks ago, week of October 23rd, I believe it was, we hosted in Indianapolis at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where the Indianapolis 500 runs. Greatest spectacle in racing. But anyway, we hosted an autonomous vehicle challenge there, and teams from all over the world competed in an autonomous vehicle race, and the prize was over $1 million. And so it was very interesting that the ethical concepts, I guess, that came up as we talked with students about this autonomous vehicles and what that's really going to mean. And so one of the scenarios that we talked with students about is the algorithms, the way they're programming all of these systems to work together, which is really what smart manufacturing is. It's that whole systems integration piece. And so we talked about, a scenario where the autonomous vehicle is driving down the road and the owner's in the back seat. And so coming at that autonomous vehicle is now a semi-truck. So does the autonomous vehicle hit the semi-truck? Does it veer off and hit the students standing to get on the bus at the bus stop? Does it veer off to the other side and go over the ravine and kill the owner, or kill the passengers, the occupants in the car? And those are really the kind of ethical, I think, basic skills that we're going to have to instill in our students. And someone said yesterday in a presentation that while we have all these robots, that one thing that the robots don't have is heart. And I think that that's true, that there'll always be a place for humans because we'll always need that heart in this new technology. So thank you very much, and my email's on there. Need anything?
Thank you very much to you, Ms. Sue Griffith Smith. Me gustaría añadir un dato.
I would like to add something to your CV that I forgot to mention before, and that is that she's one of the person that is helping Joe Biden's administration to put forward the financial reactivation program post-COVID. What is needed regarding basic infrastructures, which is something also very significant and that I wanted to highlight. Your presentation brings us directly to the next speaker, who is here on stage, Stephen Daunt, and he will be speaking about Industry 4.0 and the challenges for education and training. Right now, we're at a point in which we want to be person-centered, but he was saying that we still need to implement many adjustments. So he will be speaking about the research he's carried out so that all this technology as I was saying, technology, students and businesses are able to adapt and have a harmonious relationship. Stephen Daunt is senior researcher for TNO, which is a research center, a kind of Tecnalia, and he's also a professor in Louvain University. Welcome, you have the floor.
Egunone. Buenos días. So you've heard a lot about Industry 4.0, and then here I come and I talk about Industry 5.0. And I'm going to talk about Industry 5.0 and the challenges it brings for the vocational education and training. Industry 5.0 has been launched by the European Commission as a new challenge for European companies. European companies need to become human-centric, more resilient, and more sustainable. And this is a major challenge, and these are things that have not been addressed up to now. But it's also a challenge for the vocational and educational system. I myself am working on the project Beyond 4.0, and as you can read in the title, it's about what is over the edge of Industry 4.0. So when the European Commission this year came with the idea Industry 5.0, they were really in line with what we were suggesting to the European Commission. I'm not only talking for the Beyond 4.0 project, but also for the Gini project, which is aligned here, and my colleagues are present in the audience, so I'm happy that they are here. And if we are talking about Industry 5.0 and we want to understand the challenges, we also need to understand the challenges for the vocational education training system. And so let me start with the talk that I had 2 weeks ago with a CEO of a Dutch industrial company, a really fascinating company that has been growing 25% per year over the past 25 years. And this company, they told me, well, if we want to keep up this growth for the next 25 years, we need the graduates that come from the vocational and educational training system with a totally different mindset. If we want growth, and we talk to these students and these graduates today, they have the wrong mindset. They come with the idea that their diploma, that they're finished. Their opportunities, their potential is realized. And that's a hard case for companies that want to change and want to develop into new things. The second wrong idea that they have is that they think that companies in which they are stepping in are hierarchies, and that a career is a competition and that they have to fight against their colleagues to move up in the world. And this is a hard mindset for companies that want to develop new things each day. What kind of mindset do they require from these students, from these graduates? The first is that their diploma is a starting point, it's a departure to develop the potential, which is, in the eyes of this company, unlimited. And they need this unlimited perspective because the technologies that the company is launching each year for this 25% of growth, they are not there. The things that we've heard yesterday, those are already there. But what this company is doing is developing technologies which are not there. And they need this potential of these students and these graduates to help the company grow. The second is they need to understand that not only the student has a T-shaped profile, so very strong in technical knowledge, but also understanding of the systems in companies. But the company itself is T-shaped. It's not a hierarchy. It's flat. And as a graduate for this company, if you come in, the main thing that you have to do is push the incumbents to develop themselves, to become better. Because these graduates, and I think we've just had this very nice experience from what is happening in Ivy Tech, they know the latest technologies. So they can learn those that are the incumbents in the companies to move on and develop themselves even further. Yeah. So I said this company is growing 25% per year over the 25 years that they live. But what they also do is every student, every person in the company receives free schoolings, free training to develop themselves even further. And at a yearly base, about 8% of those of the personnel is in a new diploma track. 8% per year. They are funded completely by the company to develop themselves even further than they are when they come into the company. So this is, I think, an inspiring example. the question is, what does it mean for education and training? And the question is this just one example, just one exception in the world of technology today? Well, let us look at some data from Eurofound. Enrique was here, he's worked at Eurofound, so he knows this information quite well. The Eurofound is a European agency doing research to understand what is happening in the companies and work settings. And they've conducted in 2019, the European Company Survey. 30,000 companies in Europe, also Spanish companies. They try to understand what they're doing. And they created this understanding that companies can invest a lot into their personnel, into training, into pay, into opportunities, but they also can invest a lot into involvement of the employees. So if you have this two dimensions, then you can have four kinds of company settings to understand which kind of companies are there in Europe. So you have the low type of companies, and these quadrants also help to understand that there's something like language that you use in your company and the practice. And language and practice should be aligned. But if you're in the low kind of situation, it means companies do not invest into you. You get there, they pull out your knowledge. If you don't deliver more productivity, they throw you out. Well, personally, I would not like to be in that kind of situation, but these type of companies do exist. You'd rather be in a company where there is high involvement and also high investment. And these companies do exist, and the example that I've given, I think, is one of those examples. But you also have two other types. You have the companies where they do invest a lot, but they don't have a vision. They do not have a story for the employee to follow. It's also a bit complicated because there are all these systems, but you do not know for what you're doing all these trainings and development. And then there's a fourth type of company in which they say a lot. They talk about this change and all these new technologies, but they do not invest into that. So there are four types of companies. Interesting distinction. The question is, which type of company is more dominant in Europe? And there you have these figures from Eurofound. It says about 19% of companies in Europe are in the high investment, high involvement. It's hard to develop such companies. It's hard to make these kinds of investments, but still a quarter of companies in Europe do this kind of development. Somewhat more, 22% of them are in the low type of category. You don't want to be there, I think, I assume. But you could see that the biggest category is those that have done a lot of investments, but do not have this right perspective of what they need to do to develop their employees. So figures for Spain are about 22% are in the high investment, high involvement. But in Sweden, 45% of the companies are in this segment. So there's still some catching up to do here. Is it important to be in high investment, high involvement companies? And this is a result from the European Company Survey. And it shows that if you're in the high situation, from the well-being perspective, employees rate themselves 35% better than if you're in the low situation, 15% higher than those in the middle categories. And in performance perspective, they score up to 25% better than the low type of companies. And performance is profits, it's about employment situation, it's about the perspective to the future, and it's and type of investments. So you really want to be in that corner. You want to be in the high type of companies. So, and here comes the story of Industry 5.0. So the European Commission has understood that Industry 4.0, a policy that they support for more than 10 years, is not delivering what they want. Industry 4.0 is too much focused on technology itself, and it's too much focused on profits. And you can easily if you only focus on those elements, fall into the low type of companies. And that's not what the European Commission wants. It's about humanidad. It's about the humans, and it's about the development possibilities that you have as employees and as workers and as graduates. So it's about human-centric. It's about resilience, agile, resilient, flexible, adaptable technologies. It's about sustainability, COP26, that has to be ingrained and introduced into the companies itself. I was invited by DG Research and Innovation, who wrote this note, to talk with them about this thing. And the only thing that I have as a comment is that human-centric is too much also focused on technology, because it's about how can we adapt all these big technologies to the person itself. But are you going to be satisfied with just the technology that is fitted to yourself? I don't think so. I think you want to talk about these technologies. You want to be able to shape them and change them and develop them further. And that's what this leading company, this CEO, also supported as an idea. So it's not only about human-centric, it's also what I would say socio-centric type of companies. So we want to come into Industry 5.0, and it means a double transformation. It means a transformation of most companies in Europe to this Industry 5.0 model, but it also means a transformation of the VET system to support this change toward Industry 5.0. So to make Industry 5.0 happen, we need to have much more of these high type of companies. Companies need to become learning factories, training factories, and it requires this double transition. So what is in this double transition? So if we look from the perspective of the companies, they can help the VET system, the education system, change itself and pull the education system into this transition. So within the companies, they need to invest into these micro-credentials. I think that Sue has shown how that is possible. But they need to develop that, and they need to push forward the graduates and their employees in that direction. They need to develop also in lifelong learning, and they also need to understand which kind of pedagogical approaches are needed to develop their workforce. And last element, these companies need to become experimenting grounds. We have an example in the Netherlands that we've created. It's called Sharehouse, in which we have made the VET school itself the innovation center for the companies, the logistical companies in the surroundings of this school. The problem with these small SMEs is that they only have money to invest one time. And if this investment does not succeed, they as a company are gone. So we have offered and created the school and redeveloped it so that these companies can experiment within the school environment, so reduce their investment cost and have the students to train and develop with these technologies that are developed. So sharing this experience as a training ground. So the industry can help the VET system change, because I see a lot of these investments that are done by the Ivy Tech. I think most of the schools here are saying, well, where can I find the money? Because these are serious investments that have to be done. So there needs to be a new relationship between education and industry. And then for the transformation of industry itself, education can help drive these companies. And the first is, of course, that the graduates come into the companies with this new mindset, that they want to be coached, that they are coachable, and that they can develop themselves further into the future, into these new technologies and areas that are needed. They also need to understand that the workplace is about innovation. It's not about performing a task on technology. I think that Sue has also shown that these students are rewriting code the whole time. The robots will take care of the work process. They will do the work, but somebody needs to reprogram, needs to find new ways to deal with the technologies and the things that are present on the on the shop floor. And it's about kicking your colleague to develop himself somewhat more, not out of the company, but to progress and to develop himself or herself into a better colleague and pull the whole company forward into the new directions. And the last element is that the VET system can help the companies to understand what the learning and the training factory is about, what kind of standards are needed to become a training factory. So to improve these companies with really underpinned, scientific, significant kinds of approaches. So this is the message that I wanted to share with you for the Beyond 4.0 project. But I still understand that most of you are here, sitting here in the room, thinking and looking at the big prize that is out there. We heard from the European Commission yesterday that they have 600 billion euros lying there for the countries to redevelop themselves. So there's going to be a statement about the VET system in the future, and it's about the funding that's possible that you should grab also for the VET system. But I just wanted to tell you, it's not only about the money. It's not only about the technology. It's about the mindset that the graduates have when they leave the school and come into the companies. If the companies, and that's the message that we want to have for this CEO, if the companies can have open-minded graduates that want to develop with the companies the technology that is needed for the future, then I think we have a better perspective than we have Industry 5.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you,
yeah.
Steve Daunt, for your presentation. Yes, you can join back your seat. Thank you. Tira, atzotik, hasieratik esaten ari gara, ona etorri garela.
Since yesterday, we've been talking about how important it is to exchange experiences to be able to improve vocational training. And now we have another example of that reality, because now we're officially going to hear about an international federation that is born from that cooperation.
Techniques. Lanbide heziketaren etorkizunari begiratzen dio. Eta hitz egingo digu, lanbide heziketak COVIDaren pandemiaren osteko gizarteari ekarpen egin ahal dizkion. Gehiago itxaron gabe.
We're really sorry, there was a technical problem, and we will continue interpreting now.
Thanks.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today in this wonderful venue and this fabulous city to officially launch the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics Global Statement. I want firstly to say a very big thank you to Technica, who are a very important member of the World Federation and who have contributed significantly to this report, our strategy, and our affinity groups. I'm very, very conscious that we all use different technology and terminology. So you maybe in the room today use VET, TVET, or professional training. So please excuse me for using the World Federation's reference of PTET, Professional Technical Education and Training. So let me now just give you some background and context to our statement, which is inclusive and has a global focus and context. Its purpose is to coordinate PTET providers around the world through a common focus. It calls for a global offer that considers in its response the impact of COVID-19 and looks at the contribution that professional technical education and training can make to the world's response, its recovery, its resilience, and reimagination following the pandemic. We are very clear that PTET's time around the world has come. Communities across the globe are all at various stages of grappling with the devastating social and economic effects of COVID-19. We recognise that the impact of this has not been evenly distributed, as we've seen the pandemic play a very uneven hand on the socio-economic impact for individuals and countries. We have prepared our global statement to signpost the power and impact that PTET can have in ensuring social justice is delivered as we all recover from this awful pandemic. We know that our members are committed to the highest standard of education and training, to empower individuals into contributing to mainstream economics and social life by preparing them as productive workers, entrepreneurs, and creative human beings. Our main purpose for this global statement to convey the tremendous impact that can be achieved if we galvanise our collective efforts from across the world. This awful, invisible virus has disrupted the world, impacting most aspects of everyone's lives. As countries embark on recovery, we offer our global statement to stimulate discussion and action on priorities and strategies for professional, technical education and training, to engage individuals, communities and organisations so that we rebuild a post-pandemic world that is equitable for all. We must never forget the devastation that COVID-19 brought to our world. Our research showed that more than 4 million people lost their lives. 144 million jobs were lost. 1.6 billion informal sector workers had their livelihoods impacted by pandemic-related closures, and countless lives have been disrupted in so many other ways. However, the years ahead are also likely to bring significant changes for us all. Some researchers are projecting that 1 in 16 workers are expected to find a different occupation by 2030. Governments from around the world are looking to develop stronger, more resilient, sustainable economies and societies, and we all know that for the world to build back better from this dreadful pandemic, they need PTET. It must be recognised as one of the fundamental building blocks in every country. We know that PTET is needed for short-term recovery through upskilling and reskilling workers, that it's a key enabler and driver of longer-term prosperity as it drives innovation, developing the workforce to meet future skills needs and underpinning wider economic policy and industrial strategies. That it's an important tool for empowering individuals and disadvantaged groups. It supports poverty reduction and social inclusion, and it's key to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Clearly, the global technological shift made throughout the pandemic has helped us all in advancing our use and interaction with technology. It's enhanced our creativity, our entrepreneurial skills, our teaching, learning and assessment through blended learning, and it's made the world a much smaller place to share and learn. It may have destroyed many businesses, but it has birthed many more that will continue to adapt to the new ways of working and living. So despite its devastation, COVID has also brought some great benefits, which cannot be underestimated. Humanity now has a great platform to catapult and create, through PTET, a dynamic, equitable, sustainable world of the future. The key findings from our report puts forward 6 priorities for the future of PTET and 10 recommendations for governments and institutions, whilst recognising that different countries are all at different points on the PTET journey. Our 6 priority areas where PTET systems and partners must adapt to respond to the challenges and opportunities presented by the pandemic are the need to support citizens to navigate and overcome the repercussions of the pandemic, unleashing the full potential of interactive digital technology in PTET. And we've heard, haven't we, this morning and yesterday about wonderful examples of that. It's also about making lifelong learning a reality. And Sue, I was really pleased to hear you mention that term. It's something, that should never go away. It's always ongoing. Evolving curriculum and assessment models to respond to the requirements of the modern world of work. Developing the workforce that can deliver PTET for the modern age. And developing the partnerships and collaborations locally, nationally, and internationally, because we learn so much from each other. Our 10 recommendations are that PTET providers should work with other partners to support and develop the sharing of high-quality, accessible digital resources. Providers should ensure the design and training, including modes of delivery, outreach and content, is inclusive and caters for new groups of learners who may need to undertake PTET for the very first time. PTET providers should invest in embedding technology where appropriate into their learning and operating models to realise the benefits of blended PTET. Governments should support providers to develop and scale innovation and business support activity, and both should provide support for PTET teachers to upskill and improve their own capabilities and digital pedagogy. Government should fund the expansion of PTET opportunities for individuals who have lost employment or who may be at risk of losing employment due to the pandemic, supporting them to build their skills and quickly transition to new employment opportunities. Government should support PTET providers to address learning loss among young people and existing learners, including through extending learner entitlements and giving providers flexibility to design and implement catch-up programmes. Governments should work in partnership with the private sector and others to extend digital infrastructure and internet connectivity to enable equitable access to digital learning. Governments should give providers greater flexibility in funding, regulation, curriculum, accreditation and assessment, to enable them to deliver against education and training that aligns with economic need and learner demand. Providers should be judged principally on the extent to which they support their learners to achieve their intended outcomes. Recognising likely future changes to skills demand beyond the pandemic, government should invest in an expansion of professional education and training and lifelong learning programmes for people currently in work and ensure that sufficient funding is available to enable learners to participate regardless of their age or background. Government should support providers to develop and scale innovation and business support activity. And finally, development founders and multilateral agencies should provide technical and financial support in low and middle income countries to adapt their PTET systems to realise the opportunities and mitigate the challenges set out in our full report. We recognise that there are significant opportunities for PTET to play a key role post-pandemic in rebuilding economies and societies that benefit all. These extend from working with local, small to medium enterprises to collaborating globally, from targeting underrepresented groups for training programmes to upskilling adults and change those changing careers, from enabling young people through work-based learning to building capability in existing staff. However, realising these opportunities will require investment, including financial investment from governments and providers and employers, but also an investment from individuals in terms of time. Our full statement is available on our website with much more detail in than I could do justice in 10 minutes. I'm sure that all of you, like me, have gained a great deal from this conference to take away and share and learn to help shape all of our futures. Oh, your slide's gone of the World Federation, so sorry. I know I'm keeping you from coffee, and I hope there was going to be a slide about a congress, so I'm just going to tell you, I hope that all of you will join us here in June as the Basque Government and Technicat will be hosting the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics. So I hope to see you there, but before I leave, I really do want to recognise and applaud each and every one of you for the great work that you have all done throughout the pandemic to support young people, families, staff, each other, businesses and your communities. So I want to say a heartfelt thank you for all the lives that you have touched, for the inspiration that you have given, for your great leadership, and for all that you will do in the future as you help your cities, your regions and countries grow their future economies and societies through high quality, entrepreneurial, professional, technical education and training. Thank you very much and enjoy your coffee.
Thank you very much to you, Dawn Ward, for presenting the official launch. So I think now it's a good moment to celebrate it. So it's coffee break. I'll see you back in half an hour. Kafea ordu erdikoa eta itzuliko gara. Kaixo jaun Andreok. Hasi egingo gara, kafea hartzeko egin dugu.
Thanks for coming back. After this coffee break, we're going to get back to work. And this time we're going to be talking about excellence. And first up, looking towards Europe, because we're all working under the European umbrella, all of the... and to do so, we're going to be looking towards Brussels. And from Brussels, from the Brussels institutions, we always get an online connection. And the next talk is also going to be online. And we're going to be listening to somebody who's already spoken here on more than one occasion at this international conference on vocational training, João Santos.
João, bienvenido a este congreso.
João, welcome to the conference. I think you heard people applauding and here in San Sebastian, so welcome. He's senior expert at the DG for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusions of the European Union. And so it's all yours. Floor is yours. Buenos días a todos. Yo soy João Santos. Me encantaría estar en San Sebastián con vosotros. He estado ahí en varias ocasiones y yo sé que tenéis una vista maravillosa desde el Cursal hacia el mar y sé que por la noche habéis ido a siderías para cenar bien, pero desgraciadamente eso no es posible en esta ocasión. En los próximos minutos voy a intentar daros una idea de lo que estamos haciendo en Europa con los centros de excelencia profesional, los Centers of Vocational Excellence, los COVES. A la mañana hemos escuchado acerca de la promoción de las competencias. Chiara ha hablado también acerca de nuestras ideas de formación, educación profesional. Y ahora yo voy a daros un breve repaso de una iniciativa muy específica que son los COVES, los Centros de Excelencia Profesional. Pero, en primer lugar, quisiera agradecer a las autoridades vascas, Íñigo, Jorge Arábalo, John y todos los que han ayudado a la Comisión Europea a desarrollar este concepto. En la imagen podemos ver la reunión inicial que se celebró en San Sebastián a principios de esta semana. Estas personas son representantes de 12 proyectos piloto en temas de excelencia profesional en Europa. Han llevado a la excelencia a un nuevo nivel. Vemos que Paolo Nardi, que está en el aire, ya ha saltado.
He'll be speaking after me as well. So this is really a wonderful group of people that came together, that among themselves are exchanging ideas, exchanging experiences in order to make vocational excellence a reality. So thank you very much to the Basque authorities for hosting these people and for having helped this kick-off meeting of the COVES. Now, before I go into my presentation, I'd like to share with you a very colorful, and you'll see why I say colorful, video of the Basque VET system, which is very much endorsed by what we are also doing at the European Union. So please, can you put the first video on?
Green. People say that our vocational training is green. It's true. We're green because our objectives include sustainability, nature, and caring for the environment. However, we're not just green. We're also blue because we support marine life and careful use of water. White is the foundation of the gastronomy sector, and upon it we can combine all the colors of the rainbow. We have assimilated all the colors of wood because our work covers construction through to maintenance and development of ecosystems. When it comes to the strength of the sun and energy, we combine red and yellow. People also say that orange is the color of technology. We incorporate innovation and technology in all of our processes. We could even be pink or purple. Our projects could use the entire colour palette. At the heart of this colourful vocational training centre are its people. Our labour of love is the well-being and future of people built upon sustainability.
I like this video very much because, although it addresses the key challenges we have and also the need for VET to be, contributing to sustainability. You saw on agriculture, you saw on the oceans as well. It ends with a very fundamental message, which is very much related to the theme we are discussing today, which is humankind, that we are serving people, that at the end of the day we do all these reforms, we do all this modernization of vocational education and training, but with people at its center. And this is not only a bus concern, but very much how we also see vocational education and training at the European level. Now, now I'm going to the presentation I wanted to share with you. I understand that there's sort of a 6-second delay between what I'm living here and what is the reality in the bus country right now with this transmission. So if there's any technical problem, it's not that I've fallen asleep or whatever, it's just that there's this delay because I'm physically in Brussels and you are in San Sebastian. Now, going to the presentation, I'd like to start by giving the bigger picture and saying that, in Europe, we have this big digital and green transitions that we are working on. There's a lot of big initiatives, policy initiatives in order to pursue these big objectives. But underpinning all this, we have the European Pillar of Social Rights, which gives a social dimension to all our big initiatives in whatever sector, be it agriculture, various industries. In the end of the day, this social dimension is fundamental, and this is very much in the heart of the DG where I work in DG Employment. And as part of the social dimension, you might know that in 2017, the European Pillar of Social Rights was proclaimed. It has 20 principles that give a body to this idea of the social dimension. And the first of these principles is one on education, training, and lifelong learning, giving everyone the right to quality and inclusive education. And I think this is fundamental because you'll see that in all the various initiatives that we've had when we're talking about the European Pillar of Social Rights, the European Skills Agenda, the European Education Area, the industrial policy, this idea of the social dimension is fundamental. And of course, besides the policy initiatives that I've just mentioned, we also need to make sure that it's not only about talk, but there's also money and there's also funding to support this. And at the European level, we've been working with the member states, obviously, with the various institutions, and there are a set of financial instruments. I'm not going to go through all of them, of course, but just mention maybe Erasmus+, which is a fundamental one, and which is also funding this initiative on centers of vocational excellence, the European Social Fund, and of course the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which puts at the disposal of the member states very significant amounts of funding in order to fund the objectives and the challenges in each country. So, to give you the big picture, centers of vocational excellence are part of this wider context. We are contributing to this wider context of a strategic vision for the future of Europe with policy initiatives, with the Green Deal, for example, but also with funding instruments that support these dreams. Now, going to the centers of vocational excellence, I would ask once again if in San Sebastian you can please put the second video, which is an animation video explaining what we want from the centers of vocational excellence. Can you please put the video? Good. So I hope that you got the message that this initiative is about creating skills ecosystems. It's making sure that the education and training system is attentive to what is the reality, the economic and social reality in each region, and is capable of responding to those challenges and contributing to achieve those regional objectives, be it of general regional development, social inclusion, smart specialization strategies, cluster strategies, and so on. And by doing so, the VET system cannot live in isolation. It has to be very much linked to what are the economic and social realities in the region. It has to work with universities of applied science, research centers, companies, chambers, industrial associations, policymakers, for example, public employment service as well. So the idea is that the skills ecosystem, to be viable, to be real, it needs to bring all of these partners together. Now, when we were coming up with the initiative, we tried to look at good experiences all over Europe, because quite often we don't have to invent anything. We've just got to see what is working and then replicate this. And of course, the Basque example inspired us in this process. But I would say that centers of vocational excellence, in order to exist, there are three key success factors that have to be present. The first is what I already alluded to, is a close link between what we are providing in the education and training field and what are the regional development strategies? What are the innovation strategies? So we have to be not only attentive, but work closely with all the partners in order to be in tune with what are the big strategic objectives in a region. The second one is strong and enduring partnerships. So partnerships that exist, that are embedded in the skills ecosystem and don't happen just because the VET Center spoke with this or that company occasionally. They have to be part of it. Companies have to be part of the solution for skills ecosystems. And the third one is integration of activities. That the VET system is not only providing a qualification, a diploma after 3 years of study, but is working with SMEs, for example, understanding what are their needs for innovation, working on applied research projects, working with innovation hubs, with companies, so that we understand what are the real problems out there, that the teachers and the learners in the VET system can work in these real-world problems, and by doing so are better prepared to respond what are the skill needs in the economy. So, and of course, we also looked at how does this translate concretely? What are the activities that, for example, Technica and the VET centers in the Basque Country are doing, which allows them to reach to this level of excellence? And we identified 25 activities. I mean, they are not the only solution. There can be other activities, but we identified these 25 that we are willing to fund and support the entities that want to work on them. And we've clustered these activities under three big pillars. The first one is teaching and learning. And here you see, I'm not going to get into all the details, but things like innovating in the curricula, innovating in teaching and learning methodologies, using digital tools in order to do it, providing not only young people with the initial qualification for the labor market, but also working on upskilling and reskilling, on quality assurance. So these are all activities we clustered under teaching and learning. But we've also identified activities on cooperation and partnerships. I already mentioned, for example, the working on applied research with the SMEs, working with companies in order to have access to equipment that vocational centers by themselves cannot have, working on apprenticeship schemes. So these are all activities that we clustered under cooperation and partnerships. And the third cluster has to do with governance and funding. And this is making sure that we co-create skills ecosystems with all the necessary partners, with trade unions, with companies, chambers, and so on. And of course, we can have gigantic dreams, but if we don't have the financial instruments to support them, we're not going far. So it is very important also within this context that we discuss what is the role for public funding, what is the role for private funding, what is the role for individuals to fund also in terms of upskilling and reskilling. So these are all elements that we want these centers of vocational excellence to provide responses to. Now, the concept, the way we've developed it, has action at two levels. Ultimately, what we want is that the centers, the vocational centers at the local region, are in tune with what are the realities and the needs, and are working with all these partners that I mentioned. But of course, if you only look at your own belly button and don't see what is happening in the whole world and learn from each other, we are missing the big picture. And that's where the transnational element comes in, and that's where Erasmus Plus comes in, because you know that Erasmus Plus has this particularity of bringing partners together from all over the world. We try to bring people to share experiences, to learn from each other. And I mean, if I can use a motto to describe this, the idea is to think global, so understand what is happening out there, and then to translate this into the local realities and act local. So this is the main idea or philosophy behind this European initiative. Now, the way we've come up with the initiative, this slide is a little bit complicated, there's a lot of text there, but I'll try to summarize it very quickly. The initiative will count with the support of EU funding, Erasmus Plus, in the next 7 years of 400 million euros. This is grants that we give, 400 million euros for the projects that want to pursue this work and to finance 100 networks in the next 7 years. The applicants can be any organization in the Erasmus Plus program countries, which is basically the 27 member states plus the European Economic Area countries and Turkey. Partners can come from any country of the world. So Brazil, Chile, Bolivia, China, from anywhere, and we've had that experience in the past, can be partners in the project to the extent that they bring an added value to the project. To give this dimension of business education partnerships, the partners have to include in each of the 4 program countries, which is the minimum required, at least 4 countries have to be included in each project, and from each of those countries we want at least 1 industry representative or company and at least 1 vet provider. Experience has shown us that the projects that are being submitted have much more than this minimum, but in any case, these are the minimums. And the grant we give is 4 million euros for each project, lasting for 4 years. So we want sustainability, and we provide the funding for up to 4 years. Now, this graph simply shows you how the funding we have available is going to evolve over the next 7 years. In the first years, 2019, 2020, we launched some pilot projects which are now working. And in the next 7 years, we'll have substantial funding growing over the years because there will be accumulated experience. And then we want to share this with the new applicants as well. But we'll be financing 100 COVs in the next few years. These are, I've already mentioned the pilot project, and you remember the first slide with these colleagues levitating. So these people are managing these 12 projects that you see there. The first box is of the projects we approved in 2019. The second one is of the projects approved in 2020. If you want more details, you've got the link there. You can go and fetch it. Now, this is to finalize my presentation, just to tell you, give an overview of what kind of projects submitted applications in the 2021 call. As I said, there will be calls for projects every single year from 2021 to 2027. We are currently with the executive agency in Brussels analyzing these applications. We had 84 projects being submitted, which is quite a record. We've never had so many. The budget requested is almost 300 million euros. Remember, I told you that for 7 years we have 400 million, and just the first year we had almost 300 million euros of requests. A very interesting element that I wanted to share with you, because I know many people from all over the world, I think 155 countries are listening to us today. We had applicants coming from 55 countries all over the world. You see there Russia, China, Mozambique, Cabo Verde, and 27 of those are EU member states and 28 are countries from outside Europe. And this shows you the enormous potential of this initiative for internationalization of vocational education and training, because it brings partners from all over the world, as you see, all the countries that are there, which is, I think, one of the ways of achieving the objectives we have at European level of making VET international in terms of what we learn and what we exchange with everyone. On this slide, I'm showing you the kind of partners that we are attracting for these projects. You see, of course, and this is the main idea, that vocational education and training institutes are clearly leading the number of applicants, but we have partners, you know, higher education institutions, we have public employment services, social partners, chambers, everyone participating in this, which also shows that the initiative has the potential of taking VET out of its traditional bubble of just providing qualifications. And it's really reaching out to the wider world and getting everyone involved in order to create these skills ecosystems. And remember, I told you 25 activities that we propose for the projects to work on. And of course, not all projects work on the same activities. Depending on the reality and the needs in the countries of the participants, there might be different needs. But what we see is of these 84 applicants that we had this year, that the gross majority, the 5 top activities that are chosen, first of all, is expanding the offer not only for young people to get the initial qualification, but also working very much on upskilling and reskilling. The second one is bringing all the stakeholders together, making sure that we have everyone on board in order to create these skills ecosystems. The third one is innovating in teaching and learning, in the methodologies, in the curricula. The fourth is on business education partnerships, and you'll see Peter Moorman, he'll tell you much more about it. He's the expert in this field. And the fifth one, not that the other activities are not taken on board, but the 5 most important, the fifth one is creating innovation hubs and technology diffusion center and working on applied research projects. Now, this is the end of my presentation, but before I finish, I'd like to show you a video of one of the 12 COVE pilot projects we are funding. I like them all, obviously. I'm working with them, and I know the project leaders of all of them, but I'd like to show you this video. I have 11 other videos that I could share with you, but I think this one, I selected this one because I think it very much links with what is the theme of the conference, of humankind, of putting people at the center of everything we do. And quite often we think that excellence is in contradiction with inclusion, but I think exactly the opposite. By being inclusive, we have better chances of being excellent. So I finish the intervention here. Once again, a big thank you to Jorge Arevalo and all the Basque authorities, to Inigo, to Ricard, for all the support and all the collaboration you've had with us over the years. And I wish you tremendous success for this event, and I hope to meet you in the Basque Country next year. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you too, Joao, and hopefully next time we will see you in San Sebastian face to face. You will be able to enjoy either the people and those great views from the Kursal that you mentioned before. Tira, orain Europako estrategia ezagutu ostean, bikaintasunerako.
And now, after having found out about the European Strategy for Excellence, after this presentation, we're now going to concentrate on excellence, but in this case, in those schools that are here And to talk about that, we've got a network of excellence centers. It's coordinated by Technica and Catapult. And these are the two organizations that are going to tell us now about this excellence network. And to do so, we've got with us the following people. We've got Jon Lavaca, who's director of Technica. He spent the last 20 years in VET in different positions. He's now director of Technica. He's going to talk to us about applied innovation and improving competitiveness. Jon Lavaca, when you're ready.
Gure artean Peter Moorman ere badago Katapulteko programa.
We've also got with us Peter Moorman, who's in charge of the Catapult program in the Netherlands. He knows a lot about the private networks. Welcome to you. And we've also got Bodewijn Griefnik, who's a senior at Catapult, and he's got a lot of experience in internationalization. Welcome to you. And got a great deal of international experience as the next person, Inigo Arestigui, who's Director of Internationalization at Technica. I'll leave it in your very able hands. Jon, when you're ready.
Muchas gracias. Un placer. Poder.
Hello, it's a pleasure to share this time with all of you, some good friends, others that will become friends in the future, because this is a good opportunity to meet new people. Today we will be focusing on excellence centers and excellent platforms. And Peter Bodewijn and Inigo will also be explaining in further detail how it works. So today I'm going to try and connect all these things that we've been listening to throughout yesterday and today regarding the European strategy. We've had different speakers talking about the future, our strategy, and how we're working on vocational training for the future in the Basque Country, and to connect everything with this initiative. So I will explain this, showing you the way we're organized at Technica, because it's important to show that we put in place those things we talk about, as Jorge said yesterday. And I would also like to connect this to Joao's talk. He talked about the European strategy and excellence centers and the European study that identified different centers with best practices. And we found, amongst other things, 4 features that were repeated in all these centers of vocational excellence, and that give us a clue of how we can become a center of vocational excellence, the way in which they learn, methodologies, skills, centers that have a broad variety of services, and we will also be speaking about this further. Centers that are aligned with regional strategies.
Ecosistema, pues bueno, parte de un ecosistema.
Joao talked about an ecosystem that is not isolated, but working in network and collaboration for features that we develop and work on in our VET system in the Basque Country, and for ideas that we, I believe, all share. When I explain this through the Technica structure, I hope that many people from the system in the Basque Country understand how important they are and how they are part of this system, and how we all work together. Our center works together with you all, representing you, and that's the reality. And I also want, for those of you that don't understand the system in the Basque Country and Technica, are able to get to know how we look into the future, how we're organized, and the way in which we work, as I said before. These centers of vocational excellence that have been defined and created also work in a network, but we will go into that later on. This is the structure, this is our organization of Tecnica. We are part of the Deputy Ministry for VET, two directions, and in green Tecnica, which I feel really proud of. I feel really proud of everyone that makes up Tecnica, and we focus on 6 working areas. In these 6 working areas, you will see the idea of a VET that is embedded, and many activities and services that are developed. I will start by explaining the management system for complexity. A traditional education institution that we might have in mind with a specific hierarchy, directors, and so on, managers, deputy directors, and so on, is designed with specific roles, and all these roles have functions that have to do with the learning process. But we are looking to have a comprehensive center that works with a strategy in mind, collaborating in innovation and in international projects. And these functions, these roles, have to also be integrated and be part of the schools and the way in which we work developing those new professions. We have change managers, innovation directors, and providing a response to the complexity we face. This is not a linear process that starts on the 1st of September and ends on the 30th of June, where it's exactly clear what we have to do. Different initiatives arise. We need to rethink things. We need to foster them. So we have a great responsibility to support colleges and centers to teach in this manner. And we're working in a pilot project of 24 colleges that will soon become 72 in the Basque Country network. So this is one of the things we're working on, but we also work in internationalization. We talk about collaboration, learning from the best, developing, and knowledge transfer. We all do all this locally, but also internationally. For many years in VET, we've been working on student mobility programs, teacher mobility programs. We detect and identify specific needs in specific sectors. For many years, we've been providing support to the whole network to be able to develop this kind of projects directly at the different colleges. And for several years, too, we've been working with different European projects, now with a higher commitment level. And this is the way in which we want to evolve, because we want to collaborate with many countries also outside Europe, and always offering our best and learning from the best and from these collaborations. Something important here is that we could design a model in which we try and develop all these projects from Tecnica, but we will be limited in a number, because we have a limited number of professionals and ideas that we could develop. But if we work with the teaching staff, and if we foster a real internationalization of the VET system, this capacity multiplies by 100. Each of the colleges is able to participate and develop European projects, international collaborations, and manage their own mobility programs. And this is our real goal, to provide support and foster the system so that it's international. We're also working on new methodologies, the way in which people learn, our students learn, how they learn and what they learn, curriculums, content, but also soft skills and the way these are learned. For some years now, we've been working on this area, we defined and developed and continue to develop a model that we believe is the collaborative model based in challenges for VET in the Basque Country, which allows us to include many of the soft skills like values, understanding, and we include this in the different challenges because it's flexible. And one of the biggest challenges once we design this model is to implement it in the system, that our network of colleges is able to incorporate and develop in an adequate manner this methodology. We really believe this is one of the key elements to our future. We also work in collaboration with businesses, SMEs mainly. Big companies usually demand from us a specific know-how and specialists in. So from EBAC, we work on this specific specialization programs. But SMEs demand more collaboration, development. They listen to everything we're listening to, and sometimes they don't have enough knowledge, or I would nuance that. They have a lot of knowledge in their field, in their business, but they lack, because there are few of them, know-how on other spheres, like, for example, digitization, and that's why the teachers, our teaching staff, our equipment could be a perfect element to support this SMEs. Because if we talk about collaborative learning based on challenges, which is good for our youth, collaborating with these SMEs is very fruitful for our teaching staff, and it helps the teachers be connected with real life situations in businesses. And we also provide youth in creation of companies. And it's not only Technica. Technica doesn't have the capacity to provide support to 1,000 young entrepreneurs. It's the colleges that do so. We provide support from Technica to the system so that the response is provided by the VET system. That's one of the keys to this model that we have created for VET in the Basque Country. And Technica, fortunately, is very well known. And I wanted to highlight that behind this big name, there's many people. There's a full network of centers and colleges working with us. And then there's two other areas. Then one has to do with technological innovation and intelligent systems that has evolved year after year. The challenges have changed year after year. We started to work on projects that had to do more with industrial processes, high-speed machining, robotic welding in 2005, but now a big part of the portfolio we work with has to do with cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, computation, data, Industry 4.0. So we need to adapt ourselves and bring new things to vocational training, because if there's something that already exists, then it's not innovative for us. And the last area we focus on is that of biosciences and sustainability. The way in which we work, our final challenge and goal is very similar, and it's like innovation and intelligent systems. But we differentiated it because we understand that working on biosciences in the Basque Country is something that has really grown in the Basque Country recently, and we observed that we weren't able to adapt our structure at the same speed that we saw the strategy of the government was being developed. The percentage of things that have to do with health, aging, circular economy, and so on and so forth that was being developed in Technica was very low compared to the strategic weight that it has in the RIS3 and Basque government strategies. That's why we decided to create a specific department or area to work on this specific field. We've found people to work in Technica. We've created labs where they can develop their ideas, and we've been able to attract to our projects colleges and staff and teachers that before didn't have so much access or didn't collaborate as much in this kind of projects. So these 6 areas or departments together with everything that is done from the Deputy Ministry helps us see how we try and work on a comprehensive system. Working in network, in collaboration with teaching staff, everyone in Technica, everyone developing projects in Technica, we're all teachers. Some of them work at different colleges and at Technica, others just work at Technica for a specific period of time. And this is the real change. The real change is that we're able to understand that the role of teachers has already changed. What society demands from us is not only teachers, people that just teach a subject. They want active people that want to collaborate in international projects, that want to work with SMEs, that want to develop new ways of learning and want to be part of this whole ecosystem. And that's the real key. The change in role of the college, teachers, and those participating. And finally, before giving the floor to Peter, there's 2 terms I would like to mention. I would like to sum up our system in 2 words. One of them is integrated, comprehensive. We are speaking about a system that tries to contribute to society, everything that society could demand from the vocational training system. What we do and what we're trying to do is try to see what we need to do for the future. And systemic. The second term is systemic. This is not just best practices, individual best practices in one place. No, the whole system has to be able to develop and provide these responses. This is the real challenge of Technica, to be able to bring this system to all other colleges so that they embed it in their daily routines. These challenges that I believe we share with other European centers of vocational excellence, and that we will get to know in further detail, first of all, through Peter. Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much for all the translators, because we've been able to hear so many different stories from different languages, and that's just amazing how this is being done. Thank you. My name is Peter Moorman. I will be talking about partnerships, public-private partnerships between vocational schools and small and medium-sized businesses, but also about universities of applied science and small and medium-sized businesses. Together, they are busy revolutionizing vocational education. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our experiences in the Netherlands and how important they are, and how we are able to catapult them into existence, how we are able to make them durable for a longer time, and how we're able to upscale them from small to bigger to biggest. Because we truly need this to make a true impact on the big challenges we've heard all today: digitalization, the energy transition, healthcare transitions, and also the inclusive society. We cannot do this alone. A vet school cannot do this alone. Companies cannot do this alone. Governments cannot do this alone. We need to find each other. And I'm going to tell a little bit of our experiences and how we are trying to do this. We co-founded, Catapult was raised somewhere 10 years ago. I was one of the co-founders with a lot of other people. And after 10 years now, it exists of 400 partnerships. There are now 12,000 companies involved doing this on a daily basis. We reach 120,000 students, both in initial education and tertiary education. And we reach about 8,000 teachers, and researchers that are continuously doing this. So in 10 years' time, we've grown quite a lot. And I'm going to tell you about how this works. These pictures are just a few of the partnerships and the themes they are involved. How are these partnerships started? They are all based in a region and based on the economic strength of this region and the challenges that are most urgent. In the EU language is also the smart specialization strategies and those kind of themes. So what they do is they focus on what is truly necessary within the region and what the small and medium-sized companies really need. Is it about digitalization? Is it about making the cities more green? But even what you see, is it about genes development and making genes more sustainable? Is it about the energy transition or technological developments? It's about what these companies in the region need to develop further and make them more stronger. And the main question, of course, in each of these partnerships is how to get enough well-skilled people to make these transitions possible. So, who invests in these partnerships? There are 4 parties involved. It's the national government in the Netherlands who really supports these partnerships, and that's going to be crucial, as I will mention later on, because it takes time to develop these partnerships. Second, it's the regional governments, because of the alignment with regional strategies. But those 2 parties only facilitate and make the first steps possible. The true investments come, of course, from the schools and from the companies that start small, become happy with the activities, and really invest in bigger locations, students, lifelong learning courses, etc. So there are 4 parties involved, and they combine each other's strengths, and rather than doing all separate activities, they do it in one partnership. So to make it a little bit concrete, what do they do? I'm going to give you 3 examples. There's one partnership on the civil engineering, and we've heard in an earlier story already in Indiana about the shortages of staff as well. One of their focus is increasing the number of STEM students. They applied a really innovative approach together with the companies, and they were able to increase the inflow of students by 20%. This is, when we heard about this result, we were quite astonished, because usually the number is going down. But they managed to do this. This is one of the results because working together and really applying these solutions works. And of course, what we're doing now is applying the solution to other partnerships as well. A second example is the lifelong learning, or reskilling and upskilling. This is one example of in the digitalization of Make IT Work. And after a couple of years of developing, because it takes time, they're now able to move 1,000 people a year from sectors that have less employment into the IT sector, just to make more people available. The third example is about innovating companies. Because as we heard earlier, schools and vet schools can have a tremendous effect on the innovation and the implementing of smart solutions. And one example is the one of Tech for Future, that is able to generate, that is doing a lot of work with these small, medium-sized businesses, and to get a feeling of the scale, they're able to raise 5.2 million funding from companies that are so happy with the solutions, and so they're able to upscale and make even more activities possible. So combat shortages, upskilling and reskilling, innovating companies with projects, and of course making the whole education better. All things that would not have been able to achieve separately. So to have a little bit of feeling, this is short, what is a partnership all about? Roughly now there are 50 companies involved in each partnership. When I was here 2 years ago, this average was still 40. We do this impact measurements every 2 years. So you see these partnerships on average are growing and they're becoming more stronger. They reach about 500 to 700 students, and there are 35 teachers and researchers involved in an average partnership. Each partnership is unique, so these numbers don't say everything, but you get a little bit of feeling of the size. And each partnership, of course, starts pretty small, with about 10, 15 companies, and once you've developed your activities, they become bigger. So we've been growing a little bit, even during the Corona crisis as well, or perhaps especially during the Corona crisis, the COVID crisis, because we really need each other. So we've grown from 4,500 companies to 12,000 companies, 50,000 students to 120,000 students, and 4,000 teachers, doubling to 8,000. Sounds nice, but we're far from being there. Because if you look at only one example, if you look at the numbers of students who are now involved, in 2017 it was 5%, in 2021 it was 12%. That's not enough. We need a lot more to really combat the challenges. And so we aimed ourselves for 2025 to reach at least 25% of all the students and to slowly making the impact even bigger and bigger. Big challenge, and one of the initiatives on the Centers of Vocational Excellence can truly help with this as well. So, why Catapult, and why can't these partnerships just develop them themselves? Catapult is a network that connects the people in these partnerships. It provides the tools and knowledge how to do this, shows best practices and failures, and also helps with the really tough things. And it's a network. Catapult is, we are also calling it We Are Catapult, so it's the members in the network learn from each other and help each other. Why? Because partnerships are a lot of fun. They have a lot of impact, but they're also very hard to establish. There's no blueprint. I can't give you a document saying, okay, if you follow these steps, then it's going to be all right. We've got some guidelines, of course, but it's depending on the sector, your own region, your situation, and even within a very tiny country as the Netherlands, the differences are huge. So imagine also on a European scale. You need creativity, agility, really to find out what these companies want, what your teachers want, what the students need, and how you align it to a regional policy. You need problem-solving behavior. You find difficult problems, and it's impossible to solve these problems yourself. So you need each other. And so you need a kind of like a Catapult network to help each other thrive, and help each other with these solutions. But also vice versa. You probably have unique things in your own school or with your own company that you really want to share as well, that other people can learn from. And that's the entire essence of the Catapult network. People bring in their ideas, bring in their knowledge freely, and people gain a lot from it as well. So that's the idea. And I'm going to share with you 5 lessons we've learned over the years on how to create these partnerships and how to make them a little bit easier. The first is focus, focus, focus. If you have a very broad theme, such as the energy transition, there's no company going to be interested. Well, at first, and they're going to talk to you, but what am I going to gain from this partnership? What specifically? What topic are they, and what are you going to do? Focus on what is truly necessary in a region, what is truly necessary for these small companies is a really difficult thing to learn. You can't do this by a questionnaire. You really have to find out what is necessary. So the focus on the sector, what are you going to do, and what challenge and what activities, is lesson number 1. We've seen that when partnerships become too wide, they disappear. Second is shared ownership. And this is not shared ownership in the legal sense that there's going to be all difficult things. No, this is shared ownership by a philosophy. A partnership is not owned by a school or not owned by a group of companies. It's something you do together. Together you say, this is what we're going to do. You're going to do this, you're going to do this. We share the cost and we share the benefits. And this philosophy of shared ownership is perhaps the most hardest but also most challenging thing, but also most rewarding thing. Because once you have this philosophy within your school, within the company, the results will be enormous. And we see that most partnerships are able to achieve a lot more than they thought beforehand. Third, and this is where the national governments kick in, and also regional governments, the costs come before the benefits. It takes time to develop a partnership. And companies are not going to pay for, well, we're going to just partnership up. That's not realistic. They're going to pay for real concrete things. So you need a little startup, and you need to realize that it takes time for a partnership, and if you keep your eyes on the ball on the concrete activities, the benefits will come. But it takes a little bit of time. And that's why we encourage and challenge the governments as well to invest in these kind of things. Otherwise, this startup won't be possible. The fourth, very important thing to realize, are the speed differences between companies and schools. They live in a different time frame. Schools are normally thinking, okay, we've got students coming in, they have to get a diploma in a couple of years. This is kind of the timing where they work with. Especially the smaller companies, they probably won't survive in 3 months later, so they need results in 2 months. This is something you have to deal with within a partnership. This is just realistic, and you can deal with it, but it's one of the things you have to keep in mind, especially when you're coming from a school. Don't expect companies to jump in the partnership that takes 4 years before the first results are there. Really make it small and make it very concrete. And the fifth lesson we've learned, and I've mentioned this already a little bit, and it's one of the foundation reasons why Catapult is there, and there's no one-size-fits-all. We've seen it the last few days as well, also in the community of practice, which we will talk about. Everyone is different, so we really have to tweak, and you really have to see what's the best for your own sector. And again, this is where Catapult helps with models, and you can inspire each other, but still at the end, you have to see what's best for your companies, for your students, and for your teachers. Nearly there. So 10 years ago, we started the Catapult from a policy, and it's now become a movement in the Netherlands as well. People want to belong to this, and we really need to help each other. Every day it's fun, and every day it's a struggle, because you have to go further and further and further, and we need to go faster and faster and faster to keep up with the developments. And that's what we try to do as well as with Catapult, and as you know, the Catapult is like this. It's like tighten and strengthen relationships between them. Aim very closely, find your focus. And then also let go, because once partnerships are durable and are able to upscale, they don't need to help anymore, they can exist. So that's the philosophy of Catapult. And we're now finally starting to make true impact on the economy, on the challenges, and on the students. And we intend to do this a lot further. Which brings me to my last slide. We're on the move. Do you want to move with us? We're starting to also expand some activities in Europe as well, translating publications, tools, guidelines as well. We believe that partnerships are crucial. We heard from João before that he says, okay, these partnerships are necessary, but we need to do this together, because we don't know exactly how it works. You don't know exactly how it works, but together we know probably just enough to really make them existing and really make an impact to the students, to employees, and to companies, and to help them challenge the great solutions of this time, great challenges. Thank you very much, and see you next time. Oh, nee, je hebt geen...
So we are glad to join with you today in what will be and what already is a milestone in the European initiative of Centers of Vocational Excellence. With unity makes strength. That's an old belief that most of us share. And today we are going to present you a case of union, which is the community of practice of Centers of Vocational Excellence. But this will not only be a presentation, but a celebration of union and commitment. The union of 12 project leaders in a community, and the commitment of this community with the success of one of the greatest European initiatives in vocational education and training. Now, we are Boudewijn Kriebink, and I'm Inigo Ariztegui, and today we have the pleasure of sharing with you who we are, why we exist, and what we do. Now, in the co-initiative, as in every initiative, there are different agents involved. João has been talking about the European Commission. They are one of the key agents, the most important one probably, together with us. So they are doing a great work in promoting VET excellence. They have managed to include it in the Council recommendation on vocational education and training, in the new skills agenda, in the Osnabrück Declaration. They have created a whole new section in the new Erasmus program just for Centers of Vocational Excellence, and they got a funding of 400 million euros for the next 7 years. So that's really impressive, and we are all very grateful for them. So yeah, this is one thing, and we can only be grateful for that. But then we should also recognize that the initiative will only succeed if we, the project leaders, are able to attract new members to the platforms, if we are able to create strong platforms, if we are able to convince stakeholders, if we are able to continue our activities once the funding of the project ends. So if I might draw an analogy with a coin, and I should have one, yeah. So the same as any coin has two sides, and it's impossible to have a coin without having its two sides. The European Commission and the project leaders are the two different but inseparable sides, and we share the common responsibility of making this very relevant European initiative thrive. So at this moment, we have 12 pilot projects, and these projects are different. Some of them they are centered in very specific sectors of the economy, and some of them are dealing with more transversal topics. But apart from all these differences, they also share some common things. They also share some common concerns, but more importantly, they share a huge responsibility for the success of this initiative. So now let's think for a moment. Let's make a question to ourselves. What's better? 12 projects working on their own, alone, trying to do their best, or 12 projects, of course, working on their own, but collaborating, sharing things, and trying to build something together. Now, we believe that unity makes strength, and this is why we are working in a community. So, in other words, we believe that we are all in this together is a far better approach than each project on its own. That's what we believe, and only time can say if we are right or not. So we don't have any convincing proof for you, but what we will do in the next minutes is just to share with you what the current situation of these 12 projects is, their main challenges, how we created this community to cope with these challenges, and what we are doing now and what we are planning to do in the future. And we will say everything from the project point of view. And this means that this intervention, that our presentation is the perfect complement to what João said. So this is the other side of the coin, let's say.
Yes.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that, well, by this applause you indicate already that you agree with the philosophy that Inigo just shared with you. And you also saw the community of practice on the screen today already. It was this jumping group that had this kickoff over the last 2 days here in San Sebastián at Technica. And we are basically the mouthpiece of this community. So we'll share some of the topics we've discussed and also how we think we are going to proceed. And like how Inigo mentioned, these centers are quite different. A group started in 2019, a group started in 2020. Some are focusing on a sector, so for instance on urban greening, on furniture and the wood sector, but also on advanced manufacturing. So that's like more the sectoral approach. At the same time, we also see centers of vocational excellence focusing on more transversal topics. And the movie that João Santos showed you from the GIVE project is a very nice example of that. But for also the Greenovets project, focusing on green skills, is another example of these transversal centers of vocational excellence. But despite that they are quite different, they also have these common issues. They have common interests, so they are trying to engage with the SMEs in their regions. And how do you do this? Because a center of vocational excellence, I don't know how about you, but to me that is quite a difficult term, and I don't know what it actually means. So how do you explain this to the companies in your region and how they can benefit? They're also working on making sure that the students have the right professional skills that Stephen mentioned this morning. So how do you do this? And all these projects are working on this. And thirdly, since they're all funded by the Erasmus program, there's also this very practical side of, okay, well, how do we report back to Brussels? How do you manage a consortium of over 25 partners? Because this is how big these centers actually are. So because of these common interests and common challenges that they are having, the project leaders 2 years ago decided, okay, well, let's team up and let's join forces. And although our kickoff was only over the last 2 days, we have been working for 2 years almost already. And the approach we are taking is that this is really a bottom-up approach. So it's not something instated by the European Commission or something that we have to do from someone, but this is really the project leaders themselves saying, okay, listen, let's team up in the philosophy that Inigo just explained, and let's see what we can find. So every month we are basically meeting for just 1.5 hours, so it's not taking much time, but dive into very concrete issues. So it could be on lifelong learning, it could be on involving SMEs. It could be any kind of topic, depending on the needs of the project leaders and focusing on how do we make these centers of vocational excellence a success. So it's really pragmatic and really hands-on. And also, we're not inviting experts from all over the place to tell us what to do, but quite often it's peer learning, so the project leaders, they all bring a lot of experience and knowledge to the table. So together we know actually, well, quite a bit. And of course, if there's a question or, an issue that we think, okay, well, there's someone else who knows more, so for instance, someone from the GRC or someone from ETF, then we will invite this person to, well, share the knowledge, and so we can build on this. So it's really an open source, peer learning network. And because of, well, this approach, working needs-based, we also see that there's a very high involvement of the project leaders. So despite all the difficulties and all the regulations over the last 2 years in traveling, we were very glad that actually all the project leaders took the effort and the time out of their schedules to be here this week. And this is something we want to keep up. So we want to make sure that we are agile, that we respond to the needs of the project leaders, so everyone, well, remains as involved as they are currently. Maybe to give you an example of how we work, because this all sounds nice and good, of course, but I've named the challenge of how to involve SMEs, for instance. And about a month ago, we had one of these online working sessions where the Helsinki Business College and the Hanse Parliament in Hamburg basically took the lead in preparing the session and explaining how, over the last couple of years, they've been able to, well, reach out to SMEs, really make sure that the baker around the corner, who does not have much time for, well, retraining or for innovations, but how you reach out to those kind of organizations as well, so they can benefit from the latest innovations and the latest knowledge in the COVIs. And apart from that workshop, we also discovered that actually we have quite a few good examples of these activities already in the various COVIs. So what we've done is we've created this booklet. So it has like a decision tree inside, basically telling an SME owner, okay, well, if you have little time, but you want to do something on retraining your staff, these are the kind of activities you can do, and these are the contact details of the COVI in your area. So it's really hands-on in reaching out to the companies and to the other stakeholders. Now, I can imagine that you're sitting here, and we've heard the impressive number of 84 applications this year, and next year there will be another call. But I guess there will be people in this room who are, waiting for the results of this call and hope to be awarded a Center of Vocational Excellence grant as well. If you're thinking, well, this sounds interesting, I would like to learn from, these 12 project leaders, would I be able to join? Then the answer is absolutely yes. What we would hope to do as a community is to grow over the years. João told you that, in the end there will be, over 100 centers of vocational excellence across Europe in, the funding period of Erasmus. And we hope that everyone who wants to, and again, this is voluntarily, so we won't force you, but everyone who wants to join is welcome to join. And as I mentioned, we are working needs-based. So also, it's not when you're joining that you have to be at the same level as the project leaders who've been working for 2 years already, or that you have to, follow their agenda. It's really needs-based. So next year, when hopefully 11 new partners will join, they can also put questions to the agenda, and we will discuss this and see how we can share the knowledge and the experience. And at the same time, I think that the current 12 members will also be very interested in what those 11 new projects are going to do and what they can bring to the table, so we can really learn together.
So, to summarize everything, we are representing a community of practices of centers of vocational excellence, and the 12 project leaders of the 12 pilot projects are working together. Of course, we are sharing things, we are helping each other, but most importantly, we are helping Europe to to shape and to make this great initiative thrive. And the approach is one of union. So with the confidence in the 12 project leaders and with the unbounding determination and with the commitment of the European Commission, we hope that we will make this initiative a successful one. And yeah, thank you very much. Take care and enjoy the rest of the Congress.
Well, and thank you all. Thank you all, the four of you, for your presentations. Bueno, hasta ahora, hasta este...
So far, we've found out about different initiatives at all different levels, both institutional, educational, and business, of course, about what's going on and what we can do to join this new era. What about you? What are you doing? I could be asking myself, what am I doing? What are we doing to develop our professional career in this digital era? Well, our next speaker is going to give us a few ideas about what we can do. Let's say hello to Eva Collado. She's a speaker and very well known in her field.
Feliz, no lo siguiente, de estar aquí con todos.
Well, it's not that I'm happy to be here. It's more than happy. I'm really happy to be at this conference, a conference that probably contains people that think that this is an important conference at a Spanish level, at a Basque level, at a European level. I'd actually say that this is the most important conference at a world level in the world of VET. I don't know if you agree with me. So can you imagine what it is for me to be able to be up here on this stage after 18 months where I've been sort of locked away at home? It's fantastic. So I would like to say thank you. Thank you to all the team that's made it possible for us to be here. We've come from all around the world, from Spain, for all of this team, the hostesses, the people that are in charge of catering, the people that are behind the scenes. Behind the scenes is the NASA. I promise you, behind that scene is the NASA. And very especially, I'd like to say thank you to dear Jorge Arevalo and Ricardo Madrid, whom I've been talking to since April, almost since April, about this conference. As Woody Allen used to say, you don't do things, you don't talk about things, you do things. You've got to walk that talk. So let's have a warm hand to everybody that's made this event possible.
Bueno. El mundo cambia, ¿y tú?
The world is changing. What about you? Well, that's the title of my most recent book, which was published about 4 or 5 months before the pandemic. Many people called me in private and said, oh dear, this is a bit like Nostradamus, your title, isn't it? We all know that the world changes. We all know that we need to be on the ball. We all need to know that we need to accept change. But what we didn't know, that this tiny, tiny bug was going to create the chaos that it has created, that was going to stop us from working and just survive for about 3 months. But the world is changing. The world has always changed. We need to be able to adapt, as Darwin said. We need to remember that people start saying, oh, you know, it's a time of a lot of change. No. This is an unprecedented change of era, and we're lucky enough, and we should say that we are lucky enough to witness that. In just 230 years, we've gone from the first industrial revolution to the fourth industrial revolution, but Industry 4.0 is now 10 years old. We're now heading on to Industry 5.0. So, how many of you had a telephone like this when you were at home? Raise your hand if you had a telephone like that back at home. There's a lot of Generation X here. Thank goodness for that. Well, I had one of those phones at home. Not so long ago, when I was moving house, I dug up one of those phones, and my son said to me, Mum, what's that? And I said to him, well, you know, you're getting a bit old. He picked it up and said, goodness me, this is really, really heavy. You had to put your finger in these holes and dial people's telephone number. And yeah, I said, yeah, we only had one. And in one house, I remember they had a padlock on it because it was so expensive to make phone calls. And that just reminds me that technologies help us progress, but they also make us more stupid. How many people actually knew off by heart your telephone number, your home phone number? I remember mine, it was 2474519, and I'll remember that number until I die. But today, even when we're asked the phone of our own mobile phone, some of them have to think, oh, hang on a minute, I'm not too sure. So lesson number one, all the numbers, all the information that you've got in your mobile phone needs to go up in the cloud. If you don't have it in your cloud, the day that you actually lose your phone, you'll have lost your world of contacts. Why? Because mobiles have become our number one tool for connection, for communication and interaction, etc. So how many of you know who were around when the mouse was born? Raise your hand if you were around when the mouse was born. You remember the day that Microsoft gave us this colored screen with a picture of a mountain on it? I can imagine. I remember in the past I used to have a black and white screen or a green screen. You remember those? We're talking about ourselves. This didn't happen to our grandparents. We're talking about ourselves. So remember, just in a few short years, we've gone from the mouse to the finger on the screen. Nowadays, you give a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old child a physics magazine, they start moving their finger on it, and then they'll chuck it away because they're not interested in it, because it's not dynamic. So what else has happened that's been really important? The arrival of low-cost aviation, low-cost flights. This has changed humanity, even though you don't think it has. Why? Because it's been shown that 80% of the population, the Spanish population, was born until about 40 years ago and died in around 80 kilometers around where they lived. When did our parents fly? In very exceptional circumstances. Nowadays, our children just dip into internet, pick out a flight for $29.99 and nip off to London for a weekend. And they really don't give a damn about whether they get a 2-star hotel, a 4-hostel, or whatever. With just some kind of a host, they're happy, because the way they experience things is totally different the way we experience things. So access to culture, access to these new life patterns is far easier. You may well agree with me that there's nobody in the world who doesn't know what Coke is. Of course, we all know what Coca-Cola is. And that's thanks to communications. I find that really odd, because sometimes when I give my talks, you know, a lost tribe. No, there are no lost tribes. Anybody now knows via the phone that they've got can found us thousands of miles away, because our mobiles are like our number one GPS systems, and that's why the delinquency indices are difficult to control. And you may say to me, no, Eva, I haven't got my GPS activated. No, forget that. You're designed to be found, and we're being listened to as well. Just make a trial. Talk about something, talk about anything, and just leave your phone off next to you. And probably in less than 20 minutes, if you open any sort of app, you'll get propaganda of what you've been talking about, because we're being listened to. For the first time in history, companies such as these are designing trends, because they can become trendsetters. This kind of company can tell us what kind of running shoes we're going to be actually wearing this year, its color, the heel height, etc., and depending upon our purchasing power, we'll buy them or not. But what is true is that the brand, the unknown brands won't appear so much, and for the first time in history, talking about digital twins, which Mark spoke about yesterday, there's going to be companies that are selling things that they still haven't actually produced. They're trialing them in a digital world. They're trying to create in third parties an experience on this product that is being created, creating a waiting list. And when eventually the product is made on demand, it turns out that because they've got a digital twin, they've been able to validate the product before it's even launched. So if we add to this the fact that what happens every 60 seconds in it, you suddenly get cold shivers, and it makes you think. So let's just have a look at what happens every minute in internet. In every minute there are 3.5 million of Google searches. Where did we find things before Google? In libraries? Yeah. I can remember when I was studying law, when I was given an assignment, I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to try and find one of the few books that existed in the library. And if I was lucky, if our company, if our parents had a bit of money, we could have an encyclopedia at home. You imagine that? Every minute, we send 156 million emails. And I know there's 156 million emails. A lot of them could be avoided. But sometimes we misuse our email and we try to justify our work in colluding in the message, people that aren't really interested in the message that we're trying to send them. But anyway, that's the way it is. Be careful, because your professional brand is always linked to all of these things. And an email means that you're occupying other people's times. And this is sacred. Other people's time is sacred. And although it's difficult to understand, at the same time, every minute, 16 million SMSs are sent. What else happens every minute? 452,000 tweets. Every minute. Twitter, social media, the only social media that tells us in real time what's happening in the world. A social media that, if it's used correctly, can help keep us up to date and be active and react in just by a typical trending topic system that tells us about what's happening. Facebook as well. Facebook, there are 900,000 connections. It's the social media where there are most people. And as we're talking about as Facebook, you know that this week, Mark Zuckerberg announced that he's going to create a metaverse, a sort of a second life where we're going to be able to do things using simple avatar, a simple device, which might be some glasses like he's wearing. It's not quite sure what we're going to be doing, but some people say this is being done to relaunch the three social media that are under the Facebook brand, and others say that it's the future and it's going to allow us to buy things, have a talk with any friend, attend events. I'm hoping that we're still going to go to face-to-face events. I'd rather be Ava than an avatar. I don't know about you. What else happens every 60 seconds? 55,000 million messages. 55 billion messages in that case, because it's so quick, WhatsApp. The day I taught my father to use WhatsApp, I didn't know my life was going to change so much. He keeps saying to me, "Where are you? Are you there yet? Send me a photo." What else? Every 60 seconds, 4.1 millions are seen in YouTube. Our youngsters don't understand that we sit in front of the television and put up with adverts, because the world is heading to a situation in which we've all got very little time. We all have little time to spend watching ads. So the youngsters go into YouTube. They've got their teachers, their singer-songwriters, etc., and everything else they need. Also, 40,000 hours of audio or music in Spotify. Just remember how what digital transformation does is it returns some business to the real world, such as the music world. We're never going to see so many concerts and merchandising related to music. Why do I say that? Because our favorite singers have to recover the money that they're losing in other ways. In the past, you used to just sort of buy a record, but now you can just download it or pirate it. But let's not do that to music. Everybody has the right to intellectual property and authors' rights. What else? 67,000 new photos are uploaded every minute. Of which 42,000 are in Instagram. Remember that every time you upload a photo to social media, you lose all the rights to it, because when you see these social media and you say, yes, 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 you click on all the conditions, remember that those photos no longer belong to you. Your photos are feeding into artificial intelligence. Photos are now like 21st century gold, just so that you know that. What else happens every minute? Every minute, both in App Store and Google Play, 342,000 downloads. Nowadays, one of the most highly paid professions is that of app developer, because that's where commerce is going. And why am I talking about that? This is another thing. 659,800 gigabytes of global transfers of IP data. That means that if it had a color, you would be able to see the sky because they're so colorful. All of this linked to what Bauman said to us 10 years ago. Bauman, I've been talking for this 10 years now, the fact that we live in a volatile, uncertain, ambiguous and changing world, that it's no longer necessary to talk about it more than that, because I think COVID has come here to teach us something, all of these things. And what is it that I see? I'm lucky in that I work for customers from different fields. What I see is people who know that they have to change, but that they're waiting, I don't know what for something. People that know that they need to take their profession by the reins, they need to take it in both hands, but they're waiting for something. And we just can't have that. This attitude, in addition to how very little many institutions and companies are advancing, and education advances, because unfortunately that's true, and laws that need to come about during this new paradigm, means you get this feeling of, come on, please don't change me, I'm in my comfort zone, let's see how we can do things.
We add to this professions that are born every day that 3-4 years ago didn't exist. See, we have lawyers for drone use, and I recently had a physiotherapist for facial empathy, and they said, what for? To feed artificial intelligence, and I had to look for someone like this. So they're demanding talent that doesn't exist. In the year 2010, when there were no community managers, no social media, nor digital marketing, they asked for traffic managers. So we've needed to create these new job descriptions. Our children will work in jobs that still do not exist. And to this, we add these new areas of knowledge that have to be integrated, because we can not forget about them. We have to see how, as professionals, we can integrate them. Everything that has to do with internet, new technologies, content design, that becomes more and more important. Channels, media, advertising, search engines, Google, mobile usability, everything that has to do with data. When we hear these terms, theoretically, we don't feel they are ours or they cannot apply to us, then we need to look into them, because in curiosity we will find a path to integrate new concepts. Because what really concerns me today is not the global world. It's those of you here, that director of a college, that teacher that is working on a first job, or developing a new module, or this other profile of people that have a private school and depend on an official agreement. And knowing many things have to be changed, they focus on having a specific number of students so they don't have to close their school. For a day and a half, I've been talking with many of you. I'm really interested in you leaving this conference saying, well, there are specific skills demanded by the market, and skills that if I develop will make my life better, and that you remember that. And what are those personal skills that we have to work on for ourselves, because no one else is going to do it for us. We need to reflect on this to be able to serve this new wave of the market that is not the future, but is already here and has come to stay. The first one is to experience management change as a competitive advantage, as a new way of doing things, and offering through this change what this new market demands. If we had more time and I could say, which animal would you like to be for one day? Well, you would say an eagle, a dolphin, maybe a cat or a tiger. But really, nowadays, we have to be this animal. This is the cutest one I found on the internet with all the colors, but we need to be chameleons, an animal that mimetizes with its surroundings, that observes, that knows the place they have in the world, but that has these two eyes that don't look very nice, but would allow us to see not only what we have right in front of us, but the global world with a 360 vision. We would be very powerful if we had this kind of vision. And if morphologically we don't have it, this doesn't mean that we cannot have this 360 mindset. The other one is fear. We all feel fear. Maybe now we've experienced fear more with the pandemic, but we bring all our fears to work. Fear to not being able to overcome something or do something different that I would like to do better than what I'm doing now. Fear to many things, to not being taken into account. Fear to your view not being considered. We need to rationalize these fears, and if we look into what we want to do, we have to be aware of this. Something that's really useful for me, when I was little, I felt fear of everything that had to do with the circus. If I saw a clown, I would go into panic, and now I laugh of these fears, because the fears of today probably won't be the fears of tomorrow, and everything that is black today will be gray tomorrow, and the day after that we will start to work on it and it will disappear, and finally we'll be able to laugh about these fears. The other skill we have to work on is self-esteem. If you don't give value to yourself, no one will do so. Maybe your family does, your mom or your grandma, but if not, it won't happen. And that's how it works. We cannot wait for others to work on our self-esteem. We have to do so by ourselves. We have to be like a tiger and a cat. We need to find the balance. We need to say things as we feel them, with education, of course, being polite, so we don't hurt anyone, because self-esteem that is not there is something very negative. And then motivation. A boss I had a few years back said, Eva, you come with your motivation from home. And I didn't really like her comment at the time, but with time I understood she was right. Why? Because motivation is a part of the person. Motivation is born in us. My college, my school has to motivate me. Well, they will motivate you, giving you a good working environment, projects that are adequate to your talent, reward you for your contribution, a good environment to be as brilliant as possible. They can motivate you in these ways, but the rest has to come from you. And I officially say that we are not anyone's priority, because we all have our own priorities. We can get someone's attention at a certain point and achieve something, but that's it. So motivation shouldn't be in the hands of a third party, because that's starting to die. And here in motivation, I wrote 2022 because we don't want to remember 2020, 2021, more or less the same in many aspects. So let's be motivated with 2022. What else? Resilience, this concept that has always existed, but that is even more necessary now. No one is born being resilient, but we can learn how to be resilient. We can learn how to have different attitudes in life, because the life will be full of obstacles, new obstacles that we hadn't faced before. So a person that is resilient takes care of their mind and body, and a person that has a healthy environment that allows them to grow is a brave person that can leave behind toxic persons that don't allow them to progress. It's someone that at a specific point in time when they need help from other professionals, they demand it, and that's resilience. And it has to be applied in life, because nowadays without this capacity it is very difficult to continue. And this is something that also Mark mentioned yesterday, and that's emotional intelligence. Nowadays, if you're not able to perceive emotions of teams, customers, students, whoever, if you're not able to manage those emotions, to understand them and use them in a positive way, is missing a tremendous competitive advantage. I will recommend purchasing Goleman's book, Emotional Intelligence, and that you read a chapter every night. It changed my life, because when you're able to go to the filter of the person you have in front of you and understand them, understand their language, their neuro-linguistic language and gestures, this provides a tremendous advantage. Everything you do to build on your emotional intelligence will make you better professionals than others that don't. The issue of your surroundings. We are the traveling companions that we choose. If we have someone that is no good, that comes on Mondays and starts complaining about everything, meetings, projects, these people are right by you and they are hammering you. Maybe you're really motivated and pleased, but this person is affecting you too. Also, we live in a competitive surrounding, and jealousy sometimes is the national sport. So let's be careful with all of this. Resilience also brings us to this, to choosing the right surroundings and environment, and that goes through having courageous conversations with those that surround you. When I started to be an entrepreneur, I did a list of 13 people that were going to question what I was doing, because I had a management position and they didn't understand that I left this good money and company car and so on. So I made a list of these 13 people, and with most of them I had a dinner or lunch or had a conversation telling them I was starting a new life, and the last thing I needed was their comments, or they could either change their attitude with me or our relationship would change or cease to exist. I lost 4 kilos just by doing this, because it's very complex. Because in this list there were people that were direct family members, but this brought me very good results. Of those 13, only one of them was left out, so this was a big success for me. But this is what you have to do. You have to choose the people that surround you. If you're surrounded by brilliant people, you will also be brilliant. And vocation. But who am I to speak about this? You work in a vocational manner. If not, you couldn't be working in this field. Be aware of your responsibility, because you are providing an education and training to young people, and you will open doors for their future. Be aware of the relationship you establish with them, so that later on they can find that job that means a success for them. We always remember that teacher or that group that helped us be better and open the doors towards a better professional future. We need professionals that have this. And if you don't love it, then go do something else, because if not, you won't be happy. And to this, we add commitment. Nowadays, you cannot be 50% into something. You are 100% or you're not. And we also have the issue of values. Nowadays, in this hyper-connected world, and not you cannot do just absolutely everything. People say to me, Eva, we're full of corruption and many other things. There's always been corruption. But now, at a specific point, when something happened in the past, this person would pay the local newspaper or whomever, and it was hidden information. But now there's always a smartphone or a recording or someone that has observed it or that was told about it. And with a simple tweet, you can discover many things. So nowadays, values and ethics are really significant. In a world of connections, it's impossible to be different to this. You always need to be aware of this. And of course, strategy. We need to have clear goals. I love these things I hear in social networks. Follow your dreams. You can achieve absolutely everything. You can't always do so, and you should follow your dreams. When you have a dream, this dream has to be translated into a project, and this project has to have specific goals and deadlines. If not, as Calderón de la Barca said, dreams are just dreams. So we need to think big, but a dream won't be a big dream if we are not able to implement it. And this strategy goes together with what we said before, being focused. A professional is focused every day on what they want to achieve. When I work on my projects, I disconnect my mobile, even sometimes I leave it outside the room. I don't receive any kind of messages. I'm fully focused. If you're on in your job and you're focused and someone says, let's have a last minute meeting, you have to ask, am I focused on my strategy? Is this something urgent? Can it wait? Can we see this maybe this afternoon? Be careful with those that steal your time. Why? Because professionals that have strategy and focus know what they have to do. They have to continue progressing, because we know what we stop doing today will have a direct consequence on our tomorrow. And then we have productivity and effectivity. Productivity, doing what you have to do in a correct period of time or in the time that is demanded. But we also need to be effective. While we execute the whole process, we're also questioning if this is the adequate process, if anything can be changed, if there's anything that is useless or that won't be providing any data later on, so that when the process is repeated, we can improve it and may be executed in less time and with clearer results. So we are speaking about being effective and excellent in the work we do. Working day is many hours. You can do a lot. So reflect on what you've done today. What you've achieved that day, and it's amazing how much time you waste on things that don't provide a value, neither to you nor to the organization you work for. So the personal task you have to do is a big one. Every night before I go to bed, I ask myself, what about today? What did I learn? Is there anything that happened to you today that changed your life? Did your ideas today are ideas that you can develop in the future? When I ask myself these questions and I have no answers, then I know that something needs to change. And you need to do this, because if not, at the end of the day, you're just being an unhealthy, mediocre person that makes you less happy in your career. And now we're going to look into those skills together with the skills demanded by the new market. The first one is to have a business strategy vision. When people ask, what is being a good professional? That is being able to measure the impact of your decisions on a whole business. That is We come from a culture where we seem to live in different departments. There was a lack of information. We're in a culture where information was power and people wanted just to get the credit for everything. But now we're in a different era. It cannot be so. The second skill, and that's something we've been talking about in this conference, is collaboration. It's very clear for all of us. We can have ideas, but together we can achieve much more. And understanding collaboration as knowing how to work in a network and having the network at our disposal. So create a network together with others, learning in network. And I'm not just speaking about our students. What about us? What do we do to learn in a network and to use all of these new systems? And then we have leadership in network, because it's not the same to teach in a network or negotiating in a network to doing so in person. It's complex. So all these side of things of management skills have to be transferred to the digital world. The other skill that will make us stand out compared to other professionals that do the same things that we do is to be able to identify trends, because the world is changing. We've seen them. We've seen examples from other countries. So that professional that is able to integrate new models that help through this trend and allow us to make decisions regarding where to invest your money, for example, will make us better professionals. So as a college, a school, what are we doing? But what are the rest doing too? What are they doing over there? How can I integrate that in my college? So we need to have people that in our teams that are looking to see what are the trends and then have the need of always being up to date. And of course, we also need to innovate. That would be the next skill. Curiosity versus critical spirit. Being fully aware that there will always be a divergence to bear in mind. If in my work team I'm working in an innovation system, then I need to work with testing and trial and error culture, because sometimes you're wrong and that's it, and innovation stops there. No, we need to continue even though there's a trial and error culture, and always be aware of the soft skills that are really significant. When I interview people for a job, I always take into account soft skills that are really important, and those are the soft skills that show your real talent. If you are not good at negotiating, I will teach you, but if you're able to manage critical situations and are emotionally powerful, I will probably prioritize nowadays your experience and these soft skills than a degree. And this is what's happening nowadays. The next one is to be always in a better phase. Be aware that what we know now is not enough. In 3 or 6 months, things are changing really quickly. Toffler said so many years ago, the real illiterate of this century are those that are not able to unlearn to learn again. And it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable because if today my boss tells me you're really good at what you do, and now for what I receive my wages and for what I've been acknowledged by my team changes, this is uncomfortable. Well, so I have to be outside my comfort zone. That's what I have to do, get out of my comfort zone. Yes, we have to do this and try to always be comfortable, and you do that, but upskilling and reskilling yourself. I have a daily responsibility because there's people that give you what's most valuable for them, their time. They're going to be listening to you for 40 minutes. So imagine I came here and I gave you data that is not updated. So we all have the responsibility of doing what's expected from us in the best ways possible. And this new term, learnability, that is here to stay. Do you know what learnability is? It's something beautiful, the wish of wanting to continue learning throughout your life. And I think I'm going to tattoo this term on me. And all this also has to do with digital skills. So we are going to choose to learn. We have this whole environment that allows us to acquire tools like these ones to be more effective, to be better at what we do. And then there are other tools that help us work in a collaborative manner, and others like a Slack that allow us to work with anyone in the world with a good curation of contents for the project. We need to integrate all of this. We need to do so to be able to have time to do other stuff. And the seventh skill is being a content curator. Nowadays, it's very important to see who can manage information because we live in a world where there's so much information. We're receiving a high degree of data. We have a lack of credibility, even governments. Why? Because during the pandemic, we've being deceived. Sometimes we've told to have truths. We were in lockdown when supposedly we shouldn't have to be. I hope there is a commission that explains what's really happened. But if we're not able to learn from real sources, we won't be able to progress, because if not, all these things appear again, fear and many other things. This conference has been organized because they haven't felt the fear. And until I was here, I thought, will we be able? Will we get to the sixth wave and everything will be closed again? So if you don't have sources of information that you trust, you won't be able to progress in that sense. And the eighth skill is networking, which is the art of building relationships. You're here. This is an event that allows us to network. The issue is, last night many of us shared some ciders. Networking is not about just having a drink together, which also is part of networking. Networking means I found you, we had dinner together, we've shared a wonderful food, this wonderful hike, and I realized that I can do something with you, or that you can contribute to my life. Networking finishes when all these relationships end up in your database. You're able to send a first email, and when you have another cider next year in this conference, or when you come here on holidays, or because you have a common project, you celebrate you're doing something together. Integrate your influence community and bringing those that are going to help you. And this has been one only chance. Networking is giving, and giving to receive when you need something. And now we're very close to anyone through social networks. And the last skill, and I will be finishing with this, is having a professional brand to develop. I call it e-leadership, because we're what Google says about us. If I write your name on Google, I will get some info. So bearing in mind that 80% of projects and opportunities in the world now only happen through the internet, you have to be there. You have to be there. You have to use a channel. Your students will also want people that have a powerful digital footprint, because that gives them the feeling that they're going to a school that has this people that have this powerful footprints, and these people are the ones that can explain to them what is happening in their world and what they can do. And this is an open window to the world, 7 days per week, 24 hours per day from any device. Everything you do to develop your personal brand in different channels will be very positive. And your personal brand is everything we say, do, or share, as well as the value we can generate in a third party. And that's why people want us in their project. I'm not here by chance. I'm here because of my brand. Because since the year 2011, I've been sharing knowledge on Twitter with Jorge Arevalo. And one day he said, I'm going to organize a conference. I saw your last book and I want you to come and speak about this. If it wasn't for this connection, it would have been much more complex. So you also have to work on your professional brand, solid, human, trustworthy brands that share information and are able to explain to the world who you are. In any case, this is a train that has already left the station. Not that being in this train will be missing the opportunity. So we're here in the train of the future, and I just want to add that making your professional and personal future something extraordinary is only something you can do something about. It's in your hands. So thank you.
Eva, muchísimas.
Thank you, Eva, so much for sharing your keys to be able to develop ourselves. It's time for lunch. And as we're a bit late, we ask you to be back here at 3:15. 3:15. Thank you. Bye.
Arratsaldeon, Jon Andreok, eta
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for coming back. Thanks for being here at this final part of this international event on vocational training. There's going to be a foodie side to the closing part of this international conference, but there's still a lot to be said. It's great to see so many people here. We've got Maria Jose Barriola with us this afternoon. Welcome, Maria Jose.
Bueno, Maria Jose, zu izango zara gure lehenengo...
Maria Jose, you're going to be our first speaker. You've got a PhD in farming biology, and you're in charge of sustainability in Technica. You work in the food and farming industry, and also in the sea. You work at school as well. You teach at school. One of the things that you work on is digital transformation and how that can be included in the world of food. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do? Okay, thank you very much, Vanessa. And good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody. What a great thing to see you out there. The students from our VET school are out there in the audience. And they're out here to listen to what we're going to say about food. It's so great to have you here. And firstly, I'd like to comment to you. And say welcome to you in San Sebastian. You can listen this afternoon in interpreting the different languages that are available. I'm going to speak in Basque, and we'll also be speaking different languages with my colleague Diego as well. Thank you. The presentation by Diego will be in Spanish, but I want to say a special warm welcome to all the catering VET schools that are here today. There's people from Álava. We've got the Egebide College and the Gamara College. And from Vizcaya, we've got with us the Archanda College and the Hotel and Catering College from Leioa, and from Peñascal as well. And from Gipuzkoa, we've got the Sebank Center and the Ayala School. Thank you so much, therefore, to all of the teaching staff and all the students for spending their time with us this afternoon and sharing this moment with us. At this international conference on vocational education and training, we've spent already 2 days about digital transformation, also about intelligence, artificial intelligence, and we've also spoken a lot about humankind. A lot's been said about technology. It's a word that we've heard time and time over the last couple of days, which is the future. People talk about the future. What do we expect from the future? Currently, I'm just going to invite you to just sit back and think for a few minutes, because there's the word that we want to share with you, and that's the word the past. Past. When we talk about food and Basque gastronomy, the word food is very important, both the past and the present. Of course, it's going to be an important word in the future. We shouldn't forget that we're all heading towards the future, but we can't forget where we come from, what our origins are, and the amount of work that's been done so far, and how much work has been done in the Basque Country on our land, how much work has been done with our products, the produce that comes from our farmhouses and that have been taken and transformed so that they can be served in our restaurants. Let's just look back in time. What are we? What were we? And where are we going to? So I'm going to invite all of those of you that have come from abroad to come and visit us, because there's a lot of you who have come to see our forests, the sea, our rivers, and to enjoy everything, all those produce that we're able to get from our land, from everything that it produces. So let's just have a quick look at a video. Let's watch this video, and it'll give you an idea of our farmhouses, the kitchens in those farmhouses, that time of day when everybody came together in a farmhouse and spent some time around the hearth. Because actually a pandemic has taught us a lot about going home and returning home and spending time around the hearth. It's not so long ago that we spent time together having breakfast, lunch and dinner. Let's just spend some time watching this video. I hope you enjoy it.
Siempre se ha dicho que
It's always been said that you need to know your past to understand the present and to prepare yourselves for the future. Our planet, our Earth, woods, the sea, our rivers have given us all the food that we need for our subsistence generation after generation. And human development has always been uniquely tied to the history of food. It was when fire first appeared, when food became linked to gastronomy and the cooking of food and the preparation of food. The possibility of cooking food gave humankind a new perspective on things, and over time this gastronomy has developed with the different civilizations that have populated the earth, with the common denominator, which is to improve our diet and enjoy the pleasures of gastronomy. Chestnuts, beans and apples have actually sustained many families in the rural communities and are still a very important part of our heritage.
sabemos la importancia que
We know how important cider was in transatlantic trips of many of our seafaring ancestors. And this is something that has been a part of Basque gastronomy. And also farmhouses. Farmhouses have been a key role to how Basque food and gastronomy has evolved over centuries, because it was in farmhouses that animals were domesticated and were used to work the earth, and then also used for the main dishes of places, these farmhouses where families would come together for, of course, breakfast, lunch and dinner. All the important chefs of today talk about how important their roots are and how united they are with their pasts.
Desde un punto de vista de alimentación,
both meat and fish, for many centuries, have been the main food items eaten by the Basque people, and they're still very present in today's diet. Anchovies, hake, cod, all coming from traditional recipes that are centuries old. So, throughout the centuries, you can talk about Basque traditional cuisine as a cuisine that is based on the quality of its produce, that is simply cooked, and it's the product itself that is the true star. And also, let's not forget cheese and curds. These and other products really make up the long list of recipes that you can find in traditional Basque cuisine. So it's the coming together of tradition and modernity, which is what has made Basque traditional cuisine something that's well known not just locally but around the world. We respect our traditions, and what we do is we showcase what is ours, not just what is ours at a food level, but the whole of society. So that's a little bit about our food heritage, our cuisine. And that's what the Basque Country is really all about. It's the country which has the most number of Michelin stars in the world per capita. And now I'm going to just read the Michelin-starred restaurants that we have in the Basque Country. There are many of them. I actually probably won't be able to remember them all. But these three are quite important. Akelarre, Martin Berasategui, Arzak, Azurmendi. And with 2 stars, Mugaritz. And with 1 star, 1 Michelin star, Martin Berasategui, Emegarote, Echanovi, Atrier, Amelia, Eneko Larabetso, Aneko Acha, Boroan Achevari, Mina, Nerua, Zarate, Sortziko. Well, our presenter is reading the names of these restaurants that are Michelin-starred.
Elcano, Alameda, Zuberoa. Hemendik kanpo, baino euskaldunakin ere.
And what's more, there are Basque chefs that also have 2 stars and 1 star. So it's just a good, goes to prove our tradition, our work, our cuisine. Our gastronomy is famous around the world. And I'd also like to mention something in this regard, which is that there are many chefs that have come out of vocational education and training of VET. And actually, I'd like to say that the Leioa Catering College has produced 13 Michelin stars. And there's another one that's come from another college in the Basque Country. So let's just remember that, and that's what that applause is all about. We do deserve the applause. Earlier, I saw how important it was to see where we're coming from, to remember where we came from. We're going to be looking towards the future, but we don't want to lose our roots, because we really do owe a lot to all of the people that have looked after the land, and we owe a lot to our students. And what we want to show our students is where our cuisine is, where our gastronomy is, and why it's immersed in this digital transformation, and what we should be doing, and because we need to do it properly and analyze our values. And together with these values, we need to get across the knowledge that's held in our society to face up to the future. And in this case, in Technique, as we're going to be mentioning later on, we're working as a network with other catering colleges. And we've got Diego Coquillat with us here today, and he works alongside us. I'm going to read his biography just quickly to you, and then I'm going to hand the floor over to him so that he can tell us a little bit about, especially at this time when we've just emerged from a pandemic where we've all been eating at home. We've never actually been lacking food on the table, but we need to know where we are and where we want to be. So let's hear from a collaborator from the Basque VET sector who cooperates with us and who works with us in collaborative networks with all the catering colleges in the Basque Country. Diego Coquillat is a researcher. He's an international speaker, and he knows about the digital process and digital transformation of many restaurants. He's a lecturer in several institutions, and he's an advisor on digitization for restaurant groups and chefs. He also has a digital publication, diegocoquillat.com. And he's created several awards and written several books. So good afternoon, Diego. The floor is yours. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks, Maria Jose. Thanks to all of you for being out there. It's a true pleasure after so many Zoom conferences, so many Zoom classes, to be back here on the stage. Is a complete reboot. It's like a reset. It's so great to be up here on the stage and this fantastic building. This is an article that I wrote about a year ago, right in the middle of the pandemic, which I entitled Welcome to the New World of Catering, the New World of Food. Well, what I tried to do was to reflect this historical change that we were seeing in the world of restaurants. We were going through a really key moment in time that was leaving its scars. The pandemic has left its scars, but also a series of opportunities, windows of opportunity. What I want to try to show you today is like a photo fit picture of what is actually happening in the catering sector, in the gastronomy, restaurant, hotel and catering sector, so that we can together maybe draw some conclusions regarding this important moment that we find ourselves in. And to do so, I'd like to start and show you what things were like before the pandemic. This is a graph that appears in Google Trends about the Basque Country, about what was happening over the previous 10 years before the pandemic in the catering industry. And basically, it's an upward graph where in December 2019, we were at historical maximum figures. The word restaurant had never had so much interest in this space. Restaurants were mushrooming all over the place, and nothing made us think that we were going to be thrown into a completely different world just a few days and months later. People spoke about the restaurant bubble. The number of restaurants were growing. They were growing in size as well throughout the whole of Spain. So it's really important to understand that we were at historical maximum levels before the pandemic. The relevance of restaurants at that time was key. And what's more, 3 figures we saw globally that just went to prove the time that we were around, at a key moment. An increasing percentage of the population was consuming more food from restaurants than from supermarkets. These curves are from the US, and they show how in March 2015, for the first time in the US, Americans were spending more in restaurants than at supermarkets. This is a curve that actually is true for many countries in Europe. And what it showed was that restaurants were not just a part of a dining experience, but they'd become a key part of food suppliers, and food suppliers to feed the population. A second piece of information of the historic moment is that this internal consumption of restaurants, on many occasions, the times that they were consuming, I say people spent more time in restaurants than at home. That meant that more people, an increasing number of people, spent more time in restaurants than at home, than eating at home. And for those people, what they enjoyed, not just the food, but the experience of eating in a restaurant. And the third item, which is quite interesting, is that the outside time that we're consuming also grew. What do I mean by that? Consumption of restaurant produce, but not inside the restaurant. That is, home deliveries, takeaways were growing in double figures around the world. So what was the equation here? There were three items that were growing in a unique way and that had never done so quickly in history. That is consumption in restaurants. These restaurants had become food suppliers for the population. Then internal moments in the restaurant, and the amount of time that people spend in a restaurant is increasing in comparison to the amount of time that people eat at home. And then thirdly, the consumption of products from restaurants, but not at restaurants or not in restaurants, i.e. deliveries. And these are what we call comfort moments. You know, you feel lazy, so you pick up the phone and ask for a home delivery. And restaurants connect to the population in that way. So that's another way of connecting to the population. These three elements, for the first time in history, were growing exponentially. But from this moment onwards, when the pandemic arrived, everything changed completely. This is the graph of Standard & Poor's that represents restaurants in the US. And here you can see the tremendous off-the-cliff drop that there was just a weeks after January 2020. And what happened, this is the graph for the Basque Country, just a few weeks after historical maximum, all this increase of a 10-year increase was virtually lost in just a few weeks. And you can see in this graph how it was truly a disaster. The situation became really, really complicated. But behind this graph, you've got these new opportunities that suddenly emerge in the sector, not only to try to change the fact that nobody can go to a restaurant anymore, but people still need to eat. What about this comfort market that is going to increase so importantly? And here you can see in this study that was carried out, as opposed to, we're looking at the durability of businesses. How long a business could survive without invoicing. And the worst in all of these were restaurants. If they didn't invoice in 16 days, they would just go bankrupt. So the sector needed to be reinvented. And we started to see that this sector was making proposals that until then were virtually impossible. Many restaurants and bars were going to be like the HQ and the kitchens of our neighborhood. So bars and restaurants were allowed to sell coffees and food to take away. So restaurants' relationship with customers actually changed, and the way the digital world accelerated in just those months was almost the same as it had done in a decade previously. It's unheard of. Those people that were completely against enjoying food outside restaurants, which were chefs, all of a sudden started to encourage people to enjoy haute cuisine with a home delivery. For example, the Sandoval brothers said, this was inviable, impossible in December 2019. We started to see these little boxes, which we call the new plates up. You could see how these new possibilities in the sector suddenly stepped up to the plate, as it were. And even great chefs showed us how you could eat their fantastic produce at home. Some of them even created alliances with distribution companies, something that in previous weeks would have been very, very unlikely.
We see an inverse correlation with the previous graph. We see that there now no one is there physically, but everything that goes with delivery is increasing in just a few days. All deliveries start to grow in a historic manner. We are digitizing a new habit that up till then had been minority. Food delivery, we see how it grows from 2013 and reaches the maximum levels during those weeks. Wine delivery too, meat deliveries. Digital habit is being generated. Paella delivery too. Even a bar delivery. I don't understand this really well, but it's something to bear in mind too. And even more, we start to relate through our mobiles and through video calls with our relatives, friends. They really grow. Does anyone imagine the pandemic without digitization, without being able to connect digitally with our friends, our school, our company? It starts to grow in a significant manner. Everything that has to do with video calls, video training, Zoom, more than a 4,000%. I say that I live in Zoom because that's the place I spend most of my time during the day. So it starts to grow, and all these speeds up digitization process that in some cases hadn't even almost started. We stop being occasional buyers to being regular buyers in the digital world. We purchase all kinds of services, but the top three are technology that is needed for that habit, entertainment that we need to be able to pass the time, and then food. Food is the third category that grows, as well as fashion. So we find ourselves in a context of speeding up, and the fundamental key to be understood is that technology, thanks to the pandemic, becomes a fundamental connector between users and the way they eat. Why? Because it provides a value. We're talking about food and restaurants. We connect with them very easily. Today we can ask to get food delivered at home in just a few seconds. You can even customize it depending on your habits. It's more economic in some cases than purchasing, cooking, and eating. And for me, the big change is that you can do this wherever you are. You can connect, and this radically transforms the sector and the relationships. And we generate a new product, which is eating. Eating becomes the biggest digital product in history, where all sectors, I'm talking about all sectors, sectors that were not present in the food industry, start to see eating as the big digital product, mainly due to two reasons. First of all, because it's one of the things we do most times. More than 20 times per month, more than 1,000 times per year. Just digitizing at 10 or 20% of this eating habit, we are seeing the biggest digital market in history. And the second aspect is that restaurant are not only the origin, but also the origin and the destination. That means the customers go to the restaurants, but also now the restaurants go to their customers. And this makes us face and market a new opportunity that is historic in the industry and sector. We are going towards a hybrid model. We've seen the maximum levels with physical presence, but also maximum levels digitally. And I think we are going to reach that balance where the sector is going to be able to face the demand both in the restaurants but digitally. So that's the opportunity because they complement each other. Fundamentally, why? Because the times for consumption are different. The customer is saying, no, I'm not deciding not to go to restaurants. I'm saying I want to receive food at home because there's a sports event, because I don't want to cook that day. And restaurants are also covering that need. And many people are fed through the restaurants. So the opportunity and the spectrum of opportunity for the sector, thanks to the technology, becomes very relevant. What have we learned throughout these months? We've learned that the customer experience has changed, and that experience is now digital. It can be shared, it's limited, and as I said before, you can do it from anywhere. Let's look at these elements. First of all, it's now digital. This article was written for phygital restaurants. Now customers share physical and digital environments constantly. You share pictures through Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram. This is part of our daily lives. Therefore, we don't differentiate physical levels and digital levels. For most of us, it's exactly the same thing. We are trained digitally, but also physically. We speak with our friends using both formats. Therefore, there's only one context. Now, any website or any Instagram for a restaurant has all of the information. You can book a table, you can order food, you can purchase different meals through their Instagram. So they are connecting the food sector. And Google is obsessed with restaurants. Why? Because they know most of their traffic is going through how food has become a digital product that is constantly providing new services. You can book online. Now you can also queue virtually. And in fact, here we see the visits of a website for a restaurant. Analytics says that it has 28,000 searches. Of each 20 physical visits, one is in the website of the restaurant, and the other 19 are in Google. In fact, Google is killing this websites for restaurants because they want the users to be a part of their big data that we will talk about later. And this brings us to a fundamental element to understand, and that is the door of the restaurant or of any business that has to do with food and wine is not made of wood and glass. It's digital. More than 70% of the customers are accessing through digitally environments. Today, the most important street in San Sebastian is called the Internet. So to develop your projects, you need to bear this in mind. Second fundamental aspect, the experience is something you can share. And I am convinced that you, in fact, are those that are sharing these experiences. This explains it really well. Does the mobile go by the fork or the knife? Today, it's impossible not to see mobile phones in a restaurant. Oh, wait, don't touch anything. I'm going to take a picture. Is that something you've are used to now? This is part of the experience. Now, these physical environments are shared digitally. And 70% of Spanish people take pictures of what they're eating. 74% women, 64% millennials, and 64% men, and 80% millennials. So sharing your restaurant experience has become something normal. But we are also seeing that this is happening digitally in delivery, in the magic of unboxing, people that share the way in which we receive the product at home. This experience is also shared digitally. In London, we have Instagram. They have Instagram packs, and you get a pack to share your pictures before you leave the restaurant. Why? Because the restaurant knows this has a communication value. This was an interview at ABC where I said that Instagram is a tailor-made suit for food and beverages. And there are two aspects that you need to bear in mind. Today, the new communication language is image. I don't tell you about it, I show you in a picture. And you need to realize that the story of your restaurants and of your food is not told by the restaurant, it's told by its customers by sharing their experiences through digital formats. Of course, some favor this. For example, here you can even have your mobile there, or a movement to be able to do videos. So you have the possibility of sharing these elements. And there's even people that have the logo of the restaurant on the product, because that's like saying, please share it. And even printers that already print on beer, coffee, and other beverages. This brings us to another concept, and that is the digital tip. The digital tip means that someone shares a picture of your restaurant or business. And this is fundamental. This is the biggest communication value you will have in this new digital era. The third element that has to do with experience means that this experience is unlimited. Up till now, for 80 years, we've been studying for customers what's happening when the customer goes in the restaurant and then leaves. But now this experience is digital, it's much broader. So the customer is a customer before they arrive to the restaurant, and they continue to be so when they leave. The experience combines digital elements with the physical elements. So we're not only taking into account what happens when the customer is at the restaurant, but also the before and after. In fact, online bookings grow at 55% during the summer. Customers are also booking digitally. They are moving towards this digital way of doing things. And 80% of, or a report confirms that 90% of Spaniards trust on the opinions of a TripAdvisor, and 80% check that social networks to choose a restaurant. So all these shared experiences are really important. And this is the last big study carried out in the US, where we see that restaurants have more content than any other sector regarding amount of content transferred by customers. And we're now going a step forward, up to a point that positive comments on TripAdvisor help a restaurant get a loan. This was a study that we shared in our newspaper, where a bank confirmed that in the rating to get a loan to a restaurant, they've had included TripAdvisor comments. When we talked with the bank and we said, why have you included this information? Their answer was very clear. and they say, Diego, how do you know if something is working well or not? Diego, so all this information that can be shared is influencing the value, the financial value of the restaurant. Do you think that a restaurant with 3 stars in TripAdvisor is the same as 1? In fact, in the US, you also have a relationship between the insurance and the stars that you have online. And we also see how restaurants sell their food through, for example, Instagram. Here we have an example of a restaurant in Madrid, and through the picture you can choose what you want to buy. Or here you have steaks. This one has 28 million followers, and through Instagram you can purchase. This is the example of the Roca Brothers. You can purchase their desserts. So these are all digital doors. This is Vivo by Dani Garcia, where you can purchase experiences on Instagram. So restaurants are opening new pathways, digital pathways, so that the customers can get in. In fact, filters are not used on Instagram. What you get is toppings. Here you can customize your pizza through this topping filters. So it's an unlimited experience, and it's important to understand this, as well as the fact that the customer is a customer before they get to the restaurant and after. And the fourth element we've learned about is movement. Customers decide on the where. This graph is the one I've showed before. We see the maximum on delivery food during the pandemic, but it has continued to grow. The trend continues existing. In Spain, it has grown a lot. Delivery food has grown a lot. Delivery and takeaway concentrate at 36% of the expense on restaurants, 15 points over what there was in 2019. So this the experience that is so comfortable is also growing, and it's an interesting market for restaurants. Dark kitchens, the kitchens that provide only delivery services, already have a very big turnover, more than 740 million. And to see what is happening in the sector in 2020, around $40 million were invoice that had to do with food. By 2030, there will be $400 million. This has just started. It's the tip of the iceberg. And this is not only for chains and groups. Chefs, as we saw before, are also involved. Exclusive foods made by chefs through Cook Unity. And have a look at this, because it's very interesting. And of course, technology. Google works on deliveries because they want to be involved. They have data of all of this. So now you can receive your delivery wherever you are. You don't need to be in the restaurant or at home or at the office. Wherever you are, they can geolocalize you and take your delivery. This robot has delivered more than 17,000 orders in Europe, and even cars. This car is at a critical point in the city, and they anticipate demand. This is the clear example of what a restaurant in movement would be. Look at this kind of cars in China.
En China, como veis, bueno, pues existe.
You can see these cars in China, and they can also deliver food. So we've learned that technology is very important to connect users with food, that it really provides interesting values and has generated a market, the market of the experience that continues to grow, but also the market of food in restaurants and the market that has to do with delivery. I know that many of the projects you're developing in digital transformation have to do with all this evolution in restaurants and in the sector. Maria Jose, maybe you could please tell us about what you're doing in the VT colleges. Yes, Diego, this is a historic moment in the sphere of food. And in vocational training, we're going through a historic time because we're working on things differently in collaborative working networks amongst different colleges, working on digital transformation in the food industry. Your colleges participate in this applied bioeconomics vocational training transformation. We're working on different multidisciplinary projects. The students, the teaching staff of colleges that focus on different areas have common projects where the agriculture, food industry areas and hospitality area work together with management area, marketing area, and you also see there another area that has to do with health. Mainly, our students have to tell us how we can digitize our restaurants so that those that have special needs, the elders, those that might have a disability, what kind of furniture they need, what kind of humanized technology they need, so that those restaurants are also inclusive for them. Electricity, electronics, all these other areas that we work on VT. We are working together to be able to achieve a digital transformation without forgetting our past, being aware of the present, but looking towards the future that Diego has just explained. So we work in different spheres, and robotics is really important. We've heard about what's going to happen with artificial intelligence, 3D printing that we're already working on, and everything that has to do with food innovation. What are going to be the new food products? What are the food products that we need for elders, children, sports persons, functional food products that we're working on in vet centers, the circular economy. We're now going from a linear economy that we're all used to. We buy, use, and discard, but now we have to go back to the habits of the past, what our parents and grandparents did. They worked with local products, with those products that they could find nearby. And in BT, we have the circular economy platform to try and give value once again to those products that sometimes are not used in the catering schools and also in many homes. Through this innovation, we are creating new food products through the waste that is generated in our hospitality schools, and there are many practical examples that they are working on to be able to be entrepreneurs and create new products, to be able to give new value to them. We've, for example, been able to create a chocolate cream with beans, and maybe those elders that cannot eat fish products because they cannot swallow them, well, we've created something new so that they can swallow it and also have the benefits of eating fish products. So we're working also in agriculture incorporating technology with the incorporation of drones and detection systems that allow us to see what's the situation of a crop at a specific point in time. If there is a plague that could affect for our vineyards and what is the situation. All this technology that Diego has been explaining is also being implemented in our colleges. And also we are training professionals and helping SMEs to be able to innovate and progress together. It is also historic the way in which we're working in the bioeconomics area. And I would like to thank the work of all the staff, all the teaching staff that is working together to be able to create new professional profiles that will be demanded from the transformation in the food sector. That's why I now invite you to get to know our colleges. On screen, we will see one of the colleges where we're working on all these things that Diego was mentioning, and our labs in Technica. Impressive labs with avant-garde technology that allow us to do applied research studies. Because in VET we also research, and research is very important. When we like to work on applied research, because then this research goes to our companies to be able to empower these SMEs, these companies, so that they also have an opportunity at a European level. So now let's check these labs and these colleges through the video, and you will be able to see how we work. Se ha descentrado. Vocational training in the Basque Country is linked to the land, and it's continuously progressing based on sustainability. Training of quality in a growing sector where every day we see new opportunities and where innovation is always present in everything that has to do with the food sector in the Basque Country. Highly skilled teaching staff, labs where we work on food biotechnology, VET studies healthy food, precision farming, environmental health, and develops projects in different networks to provide practical content to its students that will be useful for their future careers. We have the best infrastructures, classrooms, workshops, and the students can find in food a future that is linked to our traditions, but also to the new technologies that are being developed in the food sector. VET centers in the Basque Country bring together tradition with innovation applied in all different spheres, like using things like virtual reality, robotics, new digital applications, 3D printing of food products, circular economy, and sustainability. Innovation, technology, intelligence, and exchange of experience are always present in the training of our students. And we continue with the tradition of Basque cuisine, always looking towards the future. A future based on the efficient use of the already existing resources. Being sustainable and always thinking about future generations. All of this is done without forgetting what has made us one of the best known regions in the world. Our values that have to do with tradition and solidarity. Important in vocational training in the Basque Country, where we want to have a human sustainable development, being person-centered and always thinking about the environment.
Me vais a permitir, porque que estoy viendo aquí a mis compañeros, compañeras, que me acompañan en este trabajo, que aunque yo hoy estoy aquí, es la representación de tantas.
See, what we're seeing today is a representation of so many people who work together. Inés, Arantxa, Maya, Juncal, Gorka, Latz, and Amaya. Thanks to all of you, because this is all thanks to you. We're a team here. Diego, we've seen the past, we're now in the present, and now the next question is, where are we going? Where are we heading? What's the future hold for us? This future that's now the present. We've got our students here from the catering schools. Where are they going to be working? What are they going to work in? What's going to change in this world? Well, I'd say that we are now working. Can you put my presentation up again, please? We're working in 8 different areas of research and training. Let's look at some of them. You can see we're talking about robots, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, blockchain, big data, augmented reality, 3D, and mobility. These are the 8 areas where we are carrying out different research, and we're training with the VET colleges. And I don't think actually they represent the future, but actually they're an opportunity in the present day for all of us. We need to start to understand that this intermediary, this connector, that technology has actually changed, and then has now become a smart technology that can converse with us, that can learn, that can predict, and it can even decide, because it's got sufficient data to be able to do that now. From then onwards, you get things such as the artificial intelligence, which is having a huge effect on the hotel and catering industry. Look at how much chatbots have increased in interest since 2018 when they first came onto the scene. And this just goes to show how this technology is something that's going to transform us. Restaurants where the person that actually makes the booking is actually your digital assistant. In this case, it's a person from Alicante, where Ellie is the person who works, as it were, at this restaurant. She's your digital assistant that can allow you to make a booking. Here, another company that's able to use artificial intelligence to manage all the calls that a restaurant gets digitally. Here we can see Alexa that uses the voice, and we can carry out different kinds of orders just by applying technology, which in this case is just a voice technology. McDonald's have teamed up with IBM to automate hamburger collection using AI. And this is happening with independent restaurants. They're teaming up with technology companies. So technology is becoming like the connecting force of this sector. AI and image recognition to serve the perfect food. They can tell us whether this dish has been properly created. Artificial intelligence, the secret ingredient of new cuisine, and this explains in this article how algorithms can combine different kinds of foods to generate dishes which we feel will have a high demand. In 2018, I published this article, Google creates robot clients for restaurants. What happens, because everything we've seen so far is AI applied to the sector, what happens if this intelligence is given to the hands of the user? And we allow users to generate different things or do different actions thanks to these products. Let's just have a look at this. Hola Google, ¿puedes reservar una mesa para dos en el Cocotero el 2 a las 6 de la tarde? Bueno, si no está a las 6 disponible, ¿puedo reservar a las 7? Vale, pues lo reservo para ti y te diré en los próximos 15 minutos si hay mesa. El Cocotero, ¿cómo puedo ayudarte? Bueno, yo soy la ayudante de Google. Quisiera hacer una reserva para un cliente. Esta llamada será guardada. ¿Cuántas personas hay para la reserva? Para 2 personas. ¿A qué hora quieren venir? Al martes a las 7. Espera, voy a mirar. Bueno, no tengo a las 7, pero tengo a las 8. A las 8 está bien. Perfecto. ¿Puedo tener el nombre del cliente? Sí, Ana. Veremos a Ana el martes. Muchas gracias. Fantástico. Muchas gracias. Ana, una mesa para 2. ¿De acuerdo? And you can see how using these virtual assistants we can generate this relationship with the restaurant. Our article ends up saying that sooner or later our personal assistants will connect with the personal assistant of the restaurant, and then you can imagine what's going to happen there. Another important element that is evolving is the Internet of Things. Millions of different devices that are connected to internet without there being any need for a human intervention. So you get the fridge that connects different kinds of devices that we can include. This is another of the technologies which is growing increasingly. And also connected televisions that allow us to order takeaways, watches that actually calculate your calorie burn, that then connect to a restaurant to ask for a meal that is going to reflect the amount of calories that you're allowed to eat, and a whole series of other buttons such as AirTags that you can actually add to your bike, and that connects directly into the internet, for example. This is an interesting thing. This is the Telepizza button. This is like a magnet that you have on your fridge, and you just tap on it, and in a quarter of an hour you've got your pizza at home. It's an easy way to operate. You just have to click on the fridge magnet that connects to your mobile, and directly in 15 minutes you've got your home pizza delivered. These kind of buttons are just connected to the internet. Something else really interesting are these trainers. What happens if we connect these buttons? How many of us are wearing trainers today? Raise your hand. Touch the tongue of your trainers. Imagine if you touch the tongue of your trainer and this is what happens.
van a lanzar la tercera.
They're going to launch the third version of this. It's the tongue of your shoe that connects directly to the pizza restaurant. Of course, robotics is also evolving really, really quickly. And it's another thing that is of tremendous interest in Spain today. And here we're seeing how this is evolving. I woke up on Sunday with this news item from Alicante. Restaurants that are using robot waiters to cover the lack of waiting staff. This is in Alicante, where these kinds of robots are all being used to overcome the problem that we have of a lack of waiters. What about these kinds of robots that can manage the fryer automatically, the deep fryer?
En el momento que veamos esto
when we see this in Spain, this is going to really change things. And of course, the first paella in which no human intervenes. It was created in Leioa just a few days ago. And look at that, paella made by a robot.
Sé que hay gente aquí que la probó.
I know there are people here that have tried that paella. Was it tasty? Yes, it was, apparently. Very tasty. So we're talking about a paella, a dish. What happens if we want to actually feed 4,000 people that work in a factory? For that, there are other kind of robots that use different bowls to create these different kinds of foods for 4,000 people working at a factory.
Dentro de todo.
So, the present and robot management. We can also, to date, we've seen robots that cook, but we could also move on to bartender robots. And in this case, we've got a beer serving robot who's in the T4, Madrid airport, Terminal 4. Look at that. If you want a beer, he's going to be able to serve 6 beers. Really quickly, let's just have a look at the beer robot. Let's just, I'll show you the video.
Seis cervezas. La pena es que no se puede beber aquí.
6 beers. Shame is you can't drink them here. But anyway. Here we've got another one that's a cocktail maker. And you see, can do thousands of different combinations of cocktails for any bar, restaurant.
¿Quién se lo pide este? Para allí, para su casa o la escuela.
Who wouldn't want that at home even? Not just at the catering college. In addition to all these fantastic things that do all different kinds of things. Have a look at this. The relationship between engineering, research, and gastronomy and restaurants is a very, very close relationship. If you could ask me what sort of things they're dealing with, well, I'd show the following. What they're doing is building robotized modular restaurants. What these restaurants do is they create the whole food experience without any kind of human intervention. So let's see what they can do. They're like containers. They're robotized containers that can make salads, pizzas, burgers, Asian food, ice cream, bakery products, whatever we happen to want. And there are two functions for them. Both you can buy things directly from these restaurants, but also they can also be used for home deliveries. Just to give you an idea, let's have a look at how these kind of robotized modular restaurants work. As you can see, everything has been served by robots. There's no humans there. They're all robots.
Miles de ingenieros trabajando.
Thousands of engineers working on the robotization, and there you can see some of them in shopping centers. But I want to go a step further. I want you to see how they work internally. Let's suppose we order a pizza from this kind of a restaurant. Let's see what happens.
Veremos muy pronto, los veremos, insisto, estamos viéndolos ya en diferentes tipos de...
We're seeing these in different shopping centers, and you'll see this very shortly here. And I'd like to finish by talking about big data. What's behind all of this? Millions of data which on many occasions allow us to digitize these habits. And we've seen that today. Digital kiosks, what they do is they read And they can give you your mobile is going to be able to read your face, and with that moment you're going to have the menus depending upon what you want, what you look like as well. Your Match is also something in which in Google you can see how empathetic you are with your restaurants. You've got data from customers, from restaurants, and they can give you a percentage. The same thing goes when you go on a dating site. They know your level of compatibility with a restaurant in this case. So you no longer have to ask which is going to be your favorite dish in the restaurant. They can tell you what your favorite dish is going to be, depending upon your type. We've seen in Instagram, the recent updating of Instagram, where what they've included is the possibility of geolocating restaurants via photos. For example, for the first time, you can geolocate restaurants. And so food has become a digital product in this sense. Something else that's growing rapidly in the US is a restaurant subscription. The Netflix model, which is so popular. As everything is being digitized, what we're seeing now that there are different restaurants allow you to subscribe. So you pay a subscription fee, but instead of seeing films, you can get products from your restaurant here. You can see two examples. In the first, you pay $5 a month, and you can have coffee from the shop, or you can order it. The same goes for tacos. Subscriptions to restaurants. Something else that's increasing is thanks to big data. Of course, all delivery companies, which are the ones that have most data. Amazon is also investing via Deliveroo. These companies say that with big data they can tell a restaurant where the best place to open is for that restaurant to be successful, because they know what we eat, where we eat, what we're prepared to pay, and at what time. So just can you imagine all these millions of customers that are transferring their eating habits into data? If we think now of three sectors, just to give you an idea of how important this is, three sectors that have been completely transformed. Uber. Uber is the biggest company of cars with drivers without actually owning one single car. The same goes for Airbnb. It's the largest accommodation company without even having any building in its property. So what they've got are data. If we were to be asked today what the restaurants that manage what the companies that manage most restaurants in the world will probably say it was Google, Instagram, TripAdvisor, Uber Eats, and many, many others that are going to emerge. But these companies don't have one single restaurant. They don't own one single restaurant. They have figures about what we like to eat, and figures and data from customers and from the restaurants. Quite clearly, the major leaders in this sector aren't going to be traditional restaurants. They're going to be technology companies that can sell or manage the hotel and catering and restaurant industry. And I'm going to end with the last and latest news item, which has completely transformed the sector, which is Meta, or the metaverse, and how this is going to influence restaurants. There are many youngsters here, and we ought to start asking ourselves, how are things going to change? For me, there are certain things that are really important. Firstly, we need to start thinking in 3D. To date, everything that we've done is in 2D, how we read. But this is flat. We read in flat. What happens when we include volume to this? What happens when reality increases or virtual reality intervenes? We're going to see metaverses, very different kinds of metaverses. Facebook has started this race, but there are going to be other companies, other institutions, and we're even going to see metaverses of countries in this case. And the third thing is that we need to start thinking. And when we talk about this idea of being present, that changes. If we look back in time, in the past, what was important in digital environments was text. Then photos became important. And now, undoubtedly, it's videos that are important. But all of these kinds of content, what it does is we generate it in a face-to-face environment that then we convert it to a digital environment when we put it into different social media. What happens when all of this content is actually generated in a virtual surrounding? What happens if we've got a digital twins, and we're all going to have a digital twin within this virtual surrounding that can work, that can meet up with people, that can attend an event, that can go to a party, and that can cook, and that may have a restaurant, and that may even be able to eat. And I have no doubt at all that many of you are going to be able to develop your professional skills a lot earlier than you think within these new virtual environments, where once again it's going to be a life that's parallel to the current life, where continents are generated. They're not taken from the present, but they're generated within a virtual world. I have no doubt that we're going to be going quickly into a digital world that in very, very short space of time will appreciate more the real world than the digital world. I'm sure we're going to value far more what gives us emotion, the human world. But for me, that's the challenge for humanity. Being able to manage this balance, strike a balance between online and offline, between digital and face-to-face, with a clear goal, which is to guarantee the best development of humankind. But based on a clear premise, which is online success depends upon excellence offline. Never forget that digital excellence, technological excellence, depends upon the excellence of people. Thank you so much and welcome to a new kind of hotel and catering.
Eskerrik asko, Diego.
Thank you so much, Diego. Let's now just have a wee workshop with all of you. I'm going to organize a wee workshop using a digital app in this case. So let's see what our students think. And to do that, you may have in your mobile some data. If not, can you connect to the Cursal Wireless, which is Cursal free, in 5 or 10 seconds. Can you connect to the Cursal's wireless network? And then there's a QR code up on the screen. You should be able to read it with your mobile. And if not, on the right, you've got www. You can see it up on the screen.
Bueno, vamos a hacer esta encuesta. Es importante que todos...
It's really important that you actually all get the QR code on your mobile, or either that or connect to the URL that you can see up there.
José me ha dicho que la primera pregunta que va...
And the first questions that are going to pop up, there are five simple questions, because this is a survey, a questionnaire. We want to know what you think. And Maria Jose said to me that the first question is the most important that she's ever asked at a conference. So please reply to it responsibly. The rest of them doesn't matter. You got it all? You got your QR code? If not? I think the QR code is always going to be out there, but it's important that you get it. Is there anybody that doesn't have that QR code or that can't connect? In class, you're going to be with your mobile all day. Come on. Wakey. And let's move on to the first question, the most important one. The most important one in the whole of the Congress. Right. Thank you. Are you ready? You have to reply to it and then say validate. Okay. Who's going to win the league this year? The Real? Maria Jose, you really put your foot in it there, didn't you?
Bueno, hay un empate.
There's almost a tie.
Ahí, yo creo que estamos en San Sebastián. No tenemos...
We're in San Sebastian, so we should leave it right there, Diego. Oh, there is a tie. Okay, I'm going to show you the code again in case someone doesn't have it yet. That's your last chance.
Creo que ahora toma una dimensión, María José, que no tenía antes.
Now the code is more important than before, isn't it, María José? Well, you'll have the code. If not, you can go in through the URL. Okay, there's almost a tie.
Bueno, ya.
Done. Let's continue. Second question. How important is digitization in the food industry?
Buenísimo. Bueno, ahí tenéis.
There you have the QR code in case someone still doesn't have it. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Third question. What do you believe is the main hurdle to be able to achieve digital transformation in a catering business? Okay. Many people are participating, most of you. Next question. And we're almost finished. What do you think are deliveries and dark kitchens for restaurants? Are a trend, something negative for the industry, or a new competitor? And we go on to the next question, which is the last question. When do you think the first robotized restaurants will open in the Basque Country? Okay, we have the answers. And now I'm going to ask different colleagues to join me up here. First of all, a great professional, also a wonderful friend. And Edu, before I forgot to mention the Galdacao Catering School. Sorry, Edu. I do apologize. And a reference in this digital transformation is one of the colleges you saw in the videos, Leioa, where they feed 1,000 people every day. Yvonne? Wonderful professionals, passionate and that love their job. In Guipúzcoa, we have the bank Paloma. Thank you. She works with us in the bioeconomy network. And then in Álava, we have Xavier from Divide, another colleague that also works in digital transformation. Please take a seat. Okay, and from Artsanda, we don't have Joseba, but we have Anna. Anna, welcome. A great innovation lab. And they are working on many new products and new fruit products, working with local producers to be able to make use of all the food waste that we generate in the colleges. And once again, from Vitoria, Iñaki, to see if we could avoid coming on stage, but also we welcome also the college from Gamarra. Enrique, we have the robot here. Maybe our colleagues can get a drink, can get a beer, but they're telling me that all our students, those that didn't pass many exams, so you're not getting a beer. You're just seeing it, but you cannot drink it. So now let's talk about the different answers we saw before in the questionnaire. There's more than 300 people voting for each of the questions. So let's see what the teachers have to say about this. Let's show them what the result is. Iñaki, you have the most difficult one. You're from Álava, so then, yes, and I'm sorry you didn't mention our team, El Alavés. And if we're not doing things that well, maybe I believe someone else shouldn't be there. La Real is right now the first and will probably be winning.
Bueno,
Pasamos el
el resultado ha sido 14% el...
The result was 14% Real Madrid, then La Real, and 48% Athletic de Bilbao.
Y la tecnología en la hostelería. El 52% de la sala ha dicho que es muy importante y el 40% que es importante. Y solo el 8% que no es, o sea que es poco importante.
Vale, pero podría decir algo de la primera antes.
Could I say something about the first one before we go on to this one? No, we went on to the second question. Yes. Of the three, El Athletic is always going to be the biggest team. And having said this, we're really generous, so I really hope that the league is won by your team, La Real. And going on to the next question, I clearly see that the answer is the first one, because most of our students are really smart, and that's why they provided this answer. Okay, let's give the microphone to Xavier, and let's go on to the third question. What do you believe is the main hurdle for digital transformation in a catering business? Training and knowledge, which is a 37%, investment, 19%, and resistance to change, that wins with a 44%. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm more from the Baskonia, so I also wanted to speak about our basketball teams. We always need to mention sports before going to the answer. Well, resistance to change, obviously, is stopping many changes and inclusion of technology. But the pandemic has showed that some circumstances can accelerate this change in a significant manner. And in fact, what we've seen in this past few months is exactly that. A big technology development before a situation that wasn't foreseen. I believe this will change the experience in future years. Okay, thank you. Let's go on to the next question. What do you believe the deliveries and dark kitchens will be for the industry in the future? A trend at 17%, 60% an opportunity, and someone to compete with the rest? Well, any of them. I really wasn't sure what to vote for. I do believe it can become a trend, but I also see it as an opportunity. I really believe it's an opportunity, but it was difficult for me to choose. And now we go on to the last part. When do you think the first robotized restaurants will exist in the Basque Country? Some people in 2 years at 33%, in 5 years at 30%, and in 10 years at 37%. Before anything, I have to say I vote for La Real to win this year. The third answers are telling us that this is something that will happen. The technology will be here. We don't know exactly how long it will take. And I think 2, 5, 10 years, doesn't matter. What's truth is that it's going to happen, and our students need to be prepared to work in that environment and to create that kind of environment. We work in smart environments, and we're making the most of these opportunities, and this is one more. We have to be trained so that our restaurants are the best and maintain the quality and the stars that they have up till now. Edu? As a great professional and a wonderful person that is part of the network of applied bioeconomics, could you tell us about your experience in the network? Could you tell us about what we do in our department? How do the colleges work? In a couple of minutes, could you tell us about your personal experience, because you're one of the benchmarks for this network in circular economy with everything you're doing in Galdakao. You have 2 minutes, Edu. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to speak about this experience and summarize in a very few words and from a general perspective, because I know very well each of the college centers here represented. We work in a collaborative manner with one only aim, and that is to face the challenges of the future. In this last question, you talked about how long it would take to have these new technologies in our restaurants. New technologies that have to do with the challenges that we face. But the main thing that should be pointed out, and that's how I see it, not only in the sphere of a circular economy that have many elements that have to do with the 2030 agenda for the Basque Country, is that we have the most valuable thing, and that is the human side of things, and the great talent that is here represented through the students of our catering colleges. That's the most important thing, because they are our raison d'être. If not, we wouldn't be able to do anything. They will be providing sustainability for future generations. They are the ones that will be working together with other professionals that we have in the colleges to be able to move forward. We analyze the impact of the sector at an environmental level. We establish measurement values to be able to see how these indicators evolve. But even beyond segregating waste adequately, we have small initiatives that contribute to sustainability. Reduction of plastics, for example, adequate separation of waste products, and providing an added value. Instead of having waste, now we have a material that can be reused. And little by little, all of us that are part of this community are contributing to be able to achieve our goal.
Bueno, pues vamos a ir terminando.
We're almost finished now with this session on digitization, but there's a song by Anton Sarmiento that says that it's time to say thank you. So I want to thank you, and if we could please have the music in the background. I want to thank all the students and teaching staff participating in the pandemic in a very special project. And Edu defined it really well. Here you have a term that is the first of all, and that's the one created by the teaching staff of vocational training. Our Deputy Minister Jorge Arévalo, Nico, Ricard, they are all here with us. Thanks to them, we've been able to create a vocational training solidarity network. This project were 6 VT colleges from Vizcaya, Álava, and Guipúzcoa during the pandemic we've been able to get together and work in our kitchens with Basque products, local products. We've cooperated with other companies, with other government departments like sustainability and environment departments and social policy department. We've worked together with them with one common goal, and that is to feed those thousands of people because we were able to open to others and offer this solidarity menus every week. So the farming colleges provided us with all the products they had in their fields because plants are alive and continue to grow. They collected these products and took them to the churches. In your kitchens, in your vocational training colleges kitchens, we worked on this food, and this food was brought to people in need. So as we see there, we're not what we have, we are what we are able to give. So the vocational training students and teaching staff have worked together. And we said this in this conference because vocational training in the Basque Country is different because of our hearts. We will have robots, digitization, technology, but we have what's even more important, and that's that we work together in networks. And those food banks, those people from the Caritas NGOs, the people that have received the food, people from other countries that are here in San Sebastian and that for months hadn't tasted a chocolate cake, or children that were in the queues of the food banks, they were able to get food. They were able to get those breakfasts that you provided from your kitchens. So thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are the best in the world, and you've chosen a wonderful career. Thank you for choosing vocational training. I congratulate you for doing so. And the most important thing in the world is what you're doing. You're feeding people. You have a wonderful future where the present, the past, and the future is something we will work on together. The future is yours, but you need to believe in it. You need to put your hearts into it. We need to work together, hand in hand, and that way we will be able to reach out to others. And now the representatives of the government and the conference organizers receive this round of applause from our students. I would like to congratulate everyone.
Bueno, gracias a todos y a todas por...
Thank you everyone for sharing this afternoon with us. Thank you Jorge, Nico, Ricard, John, Technica's director. Thank you for joining us. And if it's okay with you, Diego, we finish this session here. I would like to also thank the directors of the different colleges. And now we close this session.
Bueno, esto no salgáis porque esto no se ha acabado, ¿eh?
Don't leave. We haven't finished yet.
Beraz, zuen eserlekuetan gelditzeko...
I invite you to take your seats again. We're not finished yet. We still have to listen to Eneko Atza. So first of all, I would like to thank Marijo and all the directors of the catering schools in the Basque Country. Thank you for speaking about the past, present, and future of catering. And now, use the students of vocational training in the Basque Country. We're going to give the floor to an alumni of one of your colleges. He has 5 Michelin stars and he studied in a vocational training college. His name is Eneko Atza. Welcome.
Arratsaldeon. Parece que no, pero uno se pone muy nervioso todavía ante...
I still get very nervous when I have to give these talks, and even more today, because you know when you know someone you admire and you see them in real life, you get nervous, or when you respect someone, you get nervous. Well, exactly the same thing happens to me, and today I have here right before me people I owe a lot to, teachers. People maybe I couldn't thank in the right way at that point in time. Thank you. I have here Yvonne, that was my teacher, but many others, so thank you. Thank you because you saved me. You saved me in a difficult time in my life, because it's true that society makes us choose and make important decisions when we're still very young, and sometimes we're not mature enough, or we don't know what we want to do with our lives and future. They make us choose when we're really young, and it's difficult. I was lucky enough. I'm not a vocational cook. I love to eat. I love to spend time in the kitchen at home, because when we were talking about technology and changes in habits, I always say that one of the most healthy things in my life was when the kitchens built in homes were the center, were the place where families met, where people cooked, where you learned from your elders and you enjoyed eating and learning, enjoying yourself. Nowadays, there are very big living rooms and small kitchens. So we spend more time using technologies or looking to the last TikTok than listening to our elders. And I don't want to seem like someone that's grandfather, I like new technologies, and I will talk about some of the things we're doing regarding this. But it is also true that the emotional side of things is there, and if we don't make the most of it, we are not able to recover it. So I encourage you to spend a lot of time in the kitchen, which is one of the things that helped me make the decisions I made. I was to 12, 13, 14 years old, a normal student. I was one more. I go to BT. I do the first cycle, and there is someone there. His name was Felix. It was my mathematics teacher, and I was really afraid of mathematics. I thought I was really bad. The methodology, the vision, and the will of this teacher helped me see that I could also do well in mathematics and also in other subjects. And as I could do things in other subjects that were good, I could also face new challenges. But I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And I don't know why, I don't know the exact reason why I decided to go to the Leioa College. I had never cooked in my life. Of course, I've had enjoyed food, but I had no idea what the world of food was. But it did sound interesting. And when I get to the Hospitality College in Leioa, I find a passion. I don't know if I'm a person that had to be a chef, but I was passionate, and it took over my life. I wanted to be a chef over everything. I wanted to learn more and more each and every day. And I felt powerful because every day I took a tool called knowledge home that allowed me to transform in an immediate manner things that were part of my daily life. I could cook at home. I could talk about things that I had never talked about before. Imagine that first shock when you feel more and more hunger and continue to learn more and more and more, and you find teachers in your path that for me, and that's why I thanked them before, people that bring you close to reality, not only teaching experts that explain how things had to be done, but that also tell you about something, because I was one of the youngest students. I was 16 more or less, and they tell you about what's going to happen in the real world. And I talked about Yvonne, and I'm doing so because he's here. I wanted to continue studying and also work at a restaurant. And Yvonne came from El Bulli, Martín Berasategui, from all these other colleges that were not in social networks before because they didn't exist, but you found them in books and so on and so forth. And I said, wow, this guy comes from all these wonderful restaurants. So he's not only teaching, but he has all these stories to tell. And I want someone like him to guide him and to guide me in my learning process. And he did so, and he would say, where are you from? Amorebieta. Well, close by, I worked in a place in Guernica, the Bazar de Marte. Here you will learn this and this and this. Will you go there the weekends? And I said, yes, of course. I'm hungry. I want to do more things. I want to learn more. The sooner, the better. So yes, you go there and you learn. You go there, you meet all these new people, and you have on the one hand what you're learning at schools, but also on the other hand what you're learning in the restaurants that you are working in. These were the best 3 years in my life regarding learning. When they ask, who is your reference, Martín Berasategui, this or those, I always say, well, I have many. And to name absolutely everyone that has taught me throughout all these years in all the different restaurants, it's very difficult because I will forget about the important people. But I will never forget about the teachers in college, because they taught me the most basic things, the basic cooking skills. They showed me how to have discipline. They taught me this, which is something fundamental. I consider myself nice, pleasing. My mom says that I've always been a nice guy, that I behaved, but I was quite chaotic. But they showed me to have a discipline, to be tidy, to be on time, which is a fundamental value for me in my personal life, in my professional life, and something that I always want to transmit to others.
¿Para qué me sirvió todo esto?
And what was this useful for? It made me even more hungry. I needed a banquet, not just a little bit of food. So after I went to college, I trained in different restaurants, different kinds of cuisine. I read a lot as well. I was somebody who wasn't a very keen bookworm. All of a sudden, I became somebody that would just gobble up books, magazines, journals, because I needed to feel more power. I needed to have more knowledge. I needed to increase my knowledge power. And that's how you gradually train as a person. You gradually become a great professional, and you know about different restaurants, and you start imagining. And for me, imagination is the first part of desire. And I think while we move, we actually reach our desires, our wishes. And having seen different restaurants, different places, I imagined, and I sort of saw in my mind's eye and started drawing in a little exercise book what I wanted my restaurant to look like. So what happened? Well, you imagine something over 20 years ago, and that gradually changes. There are new times that come, you change, your taste changes, and you change as a person and as a restaurateur as well. So in 2005, we opened Azurmendi, a restaurant. Azurmendi is my second surname, and I wanted to create this little space, this little place where I could put into practice all those dishes that I'd written about in my little exercise book, that I'd imagined in my mind's eye, the way I'd imagined the design of the kitchen. And then when I put them into practice, they actually didn't look very much like what I'd written in my little exercise book. I had to create a new reality that would have been impossible were it not for youngsters, young people that also had studied with me or in other catering schools and that joined the Azurmendi project. Azurmendi is something that started off small beginnings, humble beginnings. Virtually nobody knew about us. And we became known not by creating haute cuisine, but organizing banquets. I'm really proud of actually, and I still do have this next to my restaurant, a place for banquets and events, because that allowed us to be sustainable, economically sustainable, viable, and it meant that people from the surroundings could get to know us gradually and start to get interested in what we were doing in that little place called Eneco now, which is then called Azurmendi. In 2007, with a great deal of hard work and a great deal of passion and luck, of course, our first milestone, which was our first Michelin star, that made us a bit more well-known. We carried on working hard. In 2010, we got our second Michelin star. And in 2012, we moved 150 meters uphill to create a new place with a different vision. And the first Azurmendi was 25. I was 25 when I prepared the plans. But 7 years had gone past since then. I was 32, and I had a clear idea of what kind of a restaurant I wanted and what kind of restaurant I was going to take risks for, with the very little few assets that I had, but that I expected to obtain. A different kind of space. I'll tell you a little bit about it later. Because I'm a person who's really, really lucky. I've been lucky in life. Things have gone well for me. And I've been able to have a team that spends time cooking in Azurmendi, the people that work at Azurmendi, and the other kitchen that I'll tell you about now. Azurmendi in 2012 was awarded its 3rd Michelin star. And that really changed our lives completely. All of a sudden, we changed a scenario. People from any corner of the world came to visit us and popped up, and the restaurant was always fully booked. The prices of my set menus changed. A different kind of people coming, a different kind of clientele meant that we became internationally more well-known, and it also meant that Azurmendi grew so much. So the Azurmendi group today is comprised of something which we can't really repeat, which is our home, our original house, which is Azurmendi now. We've got 2 restaurants in Japan, one in Tokyo, one in Kishiwa, and another restaurant in Lisbon, another in London, in Seville. We've just opened one in Brussels. We'll be opening in February one in Bilbao, and in June, another in Madrid. Always following different concepts. There are different eyes. And people ask you, well, how do you do that? It's impossible for you to be everywhere. Now, you're right, I'm not everywhere. I can't clone myself. And we're just about to open the Brussels restaurant, by the way. But this is done thanks to people like you, who are out there in the audience today. In Azurmendi, the average age of people that work there is sometimes around 25, 30, 35. People that have studied at catering college like you have. People that are joining the labour market or doing both, working and studying at the same time. Because you are the transformative power that makes a project such as this turn from being something quite normal, quite common, into something quite extraordinary. It's you that do that. There's no Messi, there's no Ronaldo. We haven't gone out and signed up somebody really expensive from somewhere else. No, not at all. It's all of you. All of you have come out from catering colleges that are dreamers, that are very passionate about what you do, and have been able to transform you as professionals to be part of a family that wants to be excellent. Without you, this would be absolutely impossible. What happens with all of this? Well, we've now got a training system, which has been one of the best things that I've done in a long time. People would come to Azurmendi from all over the world to learn with us. In fact, we still have over 2,500 applications from people around the world who want to come to our home, to Azurmendi, and learn with us. And this has a difficulty added to it, a professional difficulty, which is that we can't have all of these students because there's all this sort of legislation. There's a kind of a bureaucracy there, which means that the barrier, there's a barrier there that somebody that wants to train people, new generations of people from catering colleges, and makes our life difficult. But we've been lucky, so I'd like to say thanks to all of you, because I know you've made a tremendous effort to create a sort of a platform via which these students that are passionate about their job can come and study with us and work with us at the same time. This is something that I would have loved to have happened in my era as well, that you could just go to that restaurant that you were dreaming of, to learn, to study, and that everything was organized, and that also you had some kind of income, so that at the end of the month you were self-sufficient. Because you know what happens? Something that I am really, really concerned about. We turn the telly on and you see MasterChef, which is a really great program, and it actually makes gastronomy fashionable and cuisine fashionable. But what you see in MasterChef, in comparison to what happens in catering colleges and restaurants in real life, there's a huge difference. So those people, the audience of MasterChef is up here, and the enrollment of catering schools is also high because people get all excited. But then what happens? The restaurants don't have any local talent, because people that have studied and that have got all enthusiastic about the gastronomy world, when they get involved in the labor market, they realize that there's a tremendous handicap, which that they cannot enjoy their passion professionally at the same time as their lives. And we have to realize that times are changing, and we need to create or manage this new kind of hotel and catering business, so that youngsters that are passionate about this world can join the labor market in an optimum fashion, so that they can combine this passion and their profession with their lives. And what can we do? There's different ways of doing this. One is through this kind of training courses, where you don't just go to study and say, I then go back home. And then the other is this upskilling and change the way we do things and look at the times we do things. Since 2005, Azurmendi has been a restaurant which only opens 2 evenings a week. That's Fridays and Saturdays. The rest of the week, there are no evening services. From next year onwards, from January the 1st next year onwards, Azurmendi will close on Sunday as well. And in that way, we can combine our profession and our passion with our social lives. And this is something that we've had to think about for time. But it's going to happen next year. And during the week, of course, we've been closed during the week in the evening since 2005. When we asked people that work with us, the success was brilliant. This wasn't something that we wanted to impose, because sometimes what you think is right actually isn't right. So we spoke to everybody, and everybody agrees. We asked every single worker this year, and we've just got about a month until the end of the year comes. We asked what they wanted to do next year, and 100% said to us this week that they want to stay with us. They want to stay another year with us. And that's great. I'm really happy about that. But what's really great is that in our training plan, with all the youngsters that are in our hotel and catering college, is that 98% of the first years have been offered a job by Azurmendi. Not because we're an NGO, no, because they're just damn good at what they do. They are exceptional. These are the people that have actually transformed and improved Azurmendi in the last 12 months, because we believe in your talent, and we believe you are the people that can change the future. And without you, this is never going to be sustainable. We need you. And if I earlier thanked the teaching staff, I should now thank you, because this isn't something that I just invented. I actually truly believe in new generations. And people say, generation's going to be this, that, and the other. No, no, no. The world is going to get better. The world is getting better, and that is thanks to the fact that new generations are getting better than the previous ones, and that always happens. And I don't want to bore you. Things that we work on, and as I said earlier, I was talking about the kitchen. I spoke about where we are in a group, the fact that we're working on new experiences in Azurmendi. There's an expansion team that just work on expansion for other kind of concepts. There's the people that work all the time. We've got the students and former students that are now part of our staff. And then we've got the other side of things. Another interesting projects, because I've heard you talk about artificial intelligence and other things today. We've also worked on 3 different areas that are really important, which we call to be able to cook a better future. One is the area of health. We're working on different projects, one of which is for people who have food intolerances, allergies, etc. or have difficulties. We've worked on that with the Galdacano Hospital. So these simply and directly and economically, we've looked at different things so that if you've got a problem, a heart problem, diabetes, there's a child obesity or cancer, they can find different responses to eat every single day in a healthy, easy, simple way. This was the first project that we got involved in. The second was with Galdacano Hospital to design menus for patients that are in hospital. And the third leg to this store is this idea of creating a different system in the food world for hospitals by changing the content of the menus as to the way that they're served. We're designing different kinds of trays and so on. There are other things that I'm going to forget, I'm sure, but that's as far as health goes. Sustainability, we're working internally and externally on sustainability because we think that you always need to focus sustainability on what is served. We thought that's not sufficient, though. And we've been thinking about that since 2011, 2012. So we set up this different area which has all the technologies and tools that are at your disposal so that you can go to a restaurant which is powered by solar panel or a ground source pump heat using recyclable materials. We reuse rainwater. We've got a seed bank with over 400 national local seeds, looking at all the different seeds which are most resistant, so that with all this information we can transfer that to our primary sector, which is something else that's really important in all of this. And then working again with people that cooperate from outside with us, with some local artisans that convert the used oil that we produce into soap, and giving each customer a bar of soap made out of the oil that we've used to make the food. We've also got a community of women who make these soaps. So we're showcasing all that. And there's all sorts of other projects as well that are coming from outside to us. So there are many, many, many of them. Something else. And I'm coming to the end. And I know you like this idea of artificial intelligence and how this is going to revolutionize our world, our lives. And it's true. There's something that is irreplaceable, which is emotion. The special touch of handcrafters, of homeschool cookers. I've got a partner in a small company that I set up called Xavier Uribe Echeverria, who's the CEO of Sherpa Artificial Intelligence, which is considered the #1 company of AI in Europe. And he always says AI is like a dagger. You can use a dagger or a knife either to stab somebody or to collect mushrooms or peel an apple. So it's a tool at the end of the day. So that's all great. Artificial intelligence is in our lives and it's here to stay. It's in our kitchens. We talk about robots. The Thermomix has been around for ages, and it's a robot. We just think robots have a face and they walk, but actually robots have been with us for many years now. And having said that, what can I do? What do I do with Xavier Uribe Echeverria? Well, we've got a company called Best Partners, which collects data using big data on the best producers in the world of the primary sector. How did we go about that? We've created a network of chefs around the world, and they're divided up into countries. In Peru, in Brazil, in Joan Raca in Spain. In Paris, we call Pascal Barbot. And around the world, we've created this huge community of chefs. And with their knowledge, and knowledge of experts in the world of sustainability, traceability, and packaging, we've created a series of items which explain to each one of these chefs how they should appraise who the best producers in the world are. Of course, one would assume that a chef has the capability to decide by tasting which the best product in the world is, but there are a whole series of other items that we don't know about, such as packaging, traceability, whether old seeds are being used. But with all of these items, we've created different categories of first courses, seafood, bakery, fruit, vegetables, etc., etc. There are a whole series of different categories, and with each item, what we want to give each of these, we want to get each of them to analyze their own territory and decide, in their opinion, according to these items, who the best producers of the world are. What we've done is we've got a huge amount of big data about primary sector food producers. They're very, very special. What we've done is we've put this all onto a platform which will be live very quickly, very shortly. And it's not for the world of catering. It's for everybody. It's free. In just one click, you can find out who the best producers of different items in the world are. So what I'm saying with this is that digital world is great, but the digital world isn't just somebody getting information from you, but rather all different ways of using data and using intelligence, etc. And the emotional side of things needs to carry on existing and will always exist. There are more projects, there are more things in this other kind of cooking that we do. But without you, there would be no projects, because in each and every one of them, you are present and you are the driving force behind them. So thanks to all of you. Thank you so much for having shared with everybody that's at this conference your past history, your personal and professional history. It's been great to listen to you. So, and of course, we've just closed this conference with your talk, because at the end of the day, you've come back to the subject that we started this conference with, because without people, this era of digital transformation would be meaningless, because people are what makes the digital era possible.
Approche à sa fin et on voudrait vous remercier d'avoir partagé ce congrès international de formation professionnelle avec nous. We hope this congress was useful, because if it has been useful, this means that it's going to be very important and very useful for VET students too, and so that we can improve together VET. Y en este momento vamos.
And right now we invite to close this conference, Jorge Arevalo, Deputy Minister for VET, and he will be closing this conference.
Bueno, tranquilos, que no cunda el pánico, tranquilos.
Be calm. I didn't know I had to come up here again, so I believe what Eneco said explained things really well. Without you, there's nothing to do. So my best wishes. You're very young, you have many opportunities, you're young, you have the energy, and as María José Barriola said, you're studying and being trained for one of the most important sectors in our society. So I encourage you to continue looking towards the future. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.